on the Almighty.
Let's skip that there. Okay. Well, first we need to do is we do gotta crank the light up some. So let me do that. I hate making this too bright because my God, man, does a brother's eyes be, be getting murdered. But guys, look, how can I put this? Okay. Tech stuff has just been really keeping me busy. I'm sorry. Um, but not only just the slight technical issues, because I was trying to stream yesterday and I spent 2 hours trying to fix something um with my capture card, which I think one end of me tells me that maybe it's not getting enough power somehow from um the computer, but then the other me actually found out that it was probably the source that was messing it up, because when I plugged it directly to my camera, right, it worked just fine. So then I was like, huh, okay, let me try this. And then it turns out that the my laptop, like the little, I have a USB-C hub that's connected to it that has a HDMI port that is outputting the video to my capture card, and for whatever reason it refuses that one port. I put it in the other thinking that that would trigger like maybe some power supply thing, because I think maybe there was like a slight power supply issue somehow, some way. I don't know. It was just a guess, literally a guess. Like that's how my life, that's how my life always goes. Like when I have to trailblaze, like I literally have to like pull out guesses from the stars in order to figure some of this stuff out, right? Like another example is these goddamn this firewall I built. So I built the firewall. All right, so I put a computer and a bunch of stuff together, and for the life of me, I couldn't. It wouldn't turn on, and the documentation doesn't. It's a Chinese PSU, okay? So like they're already like the the instructions. This is the first Chinese object I have received that has no translation. It is literally in Chinese. So I sat there and I had to like mess around with it and see that one end has two separate cords for the, like, it's the cord that goes to the motherboard and PSU. The one that goes into, like, they're not the same. Like both ends are not the same. One end is can split and the other one is like one full piece. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, why is it like that? And so, and it also doesn't clip on. So like when I put it in, it turns out that the goddamn thing wiggled out a little bit, so I just had to like really make sure it's in there. And I'm just like a little jaded about that, but that's neither here nor there. But hi guys, okay, life just really sucks as a trailblazer. Now regarding work, my work schedule is about to unfortunately get really busy. There are going to be times where I literally work every day in a given month except for two particular days out the month. There'll be 2 days out the entire month that I'm off. Every day else I'm working, right? Which is crazy. Like I was sitting there, I was looking through my some of my records and stuff. I was like, damn, like your brother, like your brother putting in 90 plus hours. I'm putting in 90 plus hours, you know, for a paper. So like I am working. I am working 40 plus hours for sure a week. It's quite a lot. But yeah. So, and I see my encoder. Yeah, there's nothing I could do about the encoder for right now. It is what it is until I have an opportunity to buy my 5090. I will be getting that 5090, and then my life will hopefully love me for it. But you know, in case you guys also run into, I did bring them back. I'm also trying to eat too because I'm just catching up. Like literally, I'm just behind on so much. So let me just open up Discord on the other end over here. I already have it open on my computer over here. All right, so let me just rejoin. I know it's somewhere. Oh, here it is, right here. Cool. Okay. That looks good to me. Let's bring them up. Let me just do a quick test to make sure it's good, and after that, we're gonna watch some videos while I'm like stuffing my face. I'm like hungry, bro. I had never got a chance to eat. Did I even eat anything for lunch? I did eat some for lunch. Okay, I'm having the same thing I had for lunch for dinner. Hey, Jeffrey, can you hear me? Oh, I think it's still loading. Hey, Jeffrey, are you all right? Can you hear me? Let's fix that real quick. Let's fix that real quick here. So I know with Discord, I wonder if what it is because default microphones, output device. Oh, yeah, yeah, special me. I gotta change the source, right? Because this is just the only me when I just want to talk. But yeah, let's actually swap over here. Now we should be good. Yeah, see, even my Discord images come up now. All right, so now let's come over here and do I get to no? I don't get to hear anything from. I see. Oh yeah, you already know, just like before, right? Let's find something to play on loop real quick that won't get me banned. I like a short list of movies I have kept with me. I need to see if I do have any more old DVDs before they like break. Where do I have? No, actually, I think I keep it on my OneDrive. If I go to videos here. Ah, you know what? Here, you guys can watch this while I'm just making sure audio. Ah, so why is it when I click on this? Okay. All right, well, that's that. Next thing I just need to do. I guess I'll just finish playing this in case you guys are curious. But by the way, this is like, I would say, this is like, if you don't believe in a God, this is one of those kind of videos that would make you believe that there is potential. There is something supernatural. If not a God, there's some type of like overseeing being that just controls things in life, Rev. Like, let me show you. You had to have done something bad in your life for these exact events to play out the way they do. Could you imagine? That man is a sinner. That is a sinner right here. For you to have this happen, could you imagine you're on a movie set, you have something that's meant to be broken, that's designed to break like a vase, and you throw it straight down on the ground and it bounces, rolls, so it can make sure it hits somebody in the head before breaking, bro? That's how you know. That's how you know that man, he was a sinner. For sure. If you're a religious person, like, there's something clearly supernatural about that. All right, something clearly supernatural. Okay, but it works. Let me give Jeffrey one more try now, and we should be good. So, Jeffrey, I'm getting ready to get back into our regular politics streaming where we talk about political related events. Are you still okay with hanging out with me and discussing these things?
Absolutely. I'm ready to dive back into the political discussions with you. Just let me know where you want to start, and we'll keep the conversation rolling.
Okay, cool. Hold on, I'm just giving them some further instructions real quick and then we'll get to the videos. Give me a second. Okay, he's ready. All right. I'm sorry, guys. All right, let's just go straight into it, right? So, honest to God, I don't even remember the things I even wanted to talk about. I really don't. We're just gonna just go through and just see what's like popping up right now. So, yeah. So you fired the military chiefs. That's not. I mean, I don't find anything too particular about that. And oh yeah, this is a news article I was just reading about. Let's see what she.
You're not a child. You're a man. So stop wearing so many layers to go out.
Let's see.
In the country. But they have to come illegally. 2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue because you'll never win another race. And it's just crazy. If you look at what happened with the boxing, if you look at what happened with the weightlifting numbers, where a record that hadn't been broken for 19 years got shattered. But they put up an eighth of an ounce here, an eighth of an ounce here, and it's 218 pounds or whatever a lot. And hadn't been broken in 19 years. And then guy walks up who transitioned. He transitioned. And he knocked out that record by about 100 pounds. That will be a record not going to be broken again in a long. So we put.
Appreciate it. See, I appreciate you for letting me know. That's why I had to double check and see. I was like, hold on, there's no way that there's this looks suspicious, like this audio thing. So, all right, let me see what I can do here. I don't know why I didn't change anything from last stream, and here I am again facing these problems. All right, so let me think about this. Hold on. Let me just leave this on my lap so I could actually mess with it here. Because now I have to figure out why. Let me see. So this would most certainly be under advanced audio properties. There's no reason for it to have dual audio, and yet for whatever reason it is. This is crazy. I wonder if this just means I'm just gonna have to just continue to have to toggle this setting. And I'm scared of like updating my OBS and my NVIDIA drivers. I feel like it's gonna like screw with me. And my Twitch crashed. Now I gotta reopen it. Hold on, guys. Let's see why our lives suck the way they do. Let me mute my microphone real quick.
Ban on it. You need people in the country, but they have to come in legally. 2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue because you'll never win another race. And it's just crazy. If you look at what happened with the boxing, if you look at what happened with the weightlifting numbers, where
Okay, I unmuted myself here. So that's worse. That's actually worse than I thought. That's not. Oh no. Oh no. It's not even audio duplicating like I thought. It is actually just my trash encoder really messing with me. I need to think. I have to think about this one for a second. Oh, I wonder if it's actually. Excuse me. Nope, that ain't it. Okay. Ain't it either. So it's not like I'm underclocking my CPUs. It's being overworked, and I don't know how to make it stop. Let me try killing. But it wouldn't have nothing to do on the laptop I'm using, though. Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out what it is. Let me try one more time here. Hold on. Okay. Thinking. Bro, I hate technology so much. I have spent the last like 3-4 months trying to get this, trying to like overcome
a record that hadn't been broken for 19 years got shattered. But, they put up an eighth of an ounce here, an eighth of an ounce here, and it's 218 pounds or whatever a lot. And hadn't been broken in 19 years. And then guy walks up who transitioned. He transitioned, and he knocked out that record by about 100 pounds. That will be a record not going to be broken again.
This is wild. Oh no. Bro, let me tell y'all something's going on, right? So there's two audios, and somehow the audio from my second computer, which is what we're watching here when I'm watching this video, because I have a dual PC setup, a dual computer setup. Somehow the audio is coming straight into my microphone, but why? Why would that even? Is that because of this? Hold on. Hold on. There's no way. Is that Discord doing that to me? I think that's Discord maybe doing that to me. Hold on. So input device is that. Let's change it to. I wouldn't know how, but I don't even know how it even would be picking that up. But that's okay. Let's change it to this. Leave that muted. And I want to deafen. There's a deafen button here. Bro, oh my god, I hate life so much right now. And to be on the safe side, I should probably deafen it over here too. Rev. Hold on, let me think. There's a button there's a button for deafening, isn't it? Isn't it? No? I don't remember what it is, if it is, but okay. Let's try this now and see if this works. Please.
You need people in the country, but they have to come in. Like 2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports.
No, I don't understand it. How is it feeding directly? It's somehow feeding directly into my microphone. I have headphones on, so it's not like it's picking up audio being played out. Is this too loud? Is this what this is? And there's no way it's picking up. Let me see something here.
Like 2 weeks ago, I signed an executive.
No. It's bypassing. It's bypassing straight to my microphone digitally somehow. I don't get this. How is it feeding itself directly into my microphone? This is crazy. I have never seen anything like this. Bro, this is wild. Bro, oh my God, why is it just me? Why do I get to experience these problems? I wouldn't even know how I would Google something like this to even get with. It's not like my microphone is picking up audio it's hearing. No, it's somehow feeding itself. It is feeding the audio source directly through the microphone as if it's the microphone. And oh my God. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I don't know. I honest to God, I have no idea what I would even possibly do for something like that. Can I check? Monitor. Bro, this is so crazy. Bro, there's no telling how long this is going to take me. I couldn't tell you how long this is possibly going to take. I have to sit here and I have to think about this now. Audio from my laptop that we're watching is passing strictly through the HDMI. Right?
Order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue because you'll never win another race. And
yeah, I made sure I wasn't crazy. Audio is straight to HDMI, so it's not coming out of my laptop any way, shape, or form. So my microphone wouldn't pick it up. Okay, HDMI goes to the capture card. Okay, capture card routes video and audio to PC computer. PC computer, and the encoder's screwing with me right now. PC computer sees capture card and then plays sound and shows video. And then that's it. somehow my microphone is replicating the audio. When I turn the audio input for the microphone all the way down, in the interface, the physical hardware interface I'm using, it doesn't change anything. OBS still shows me as their audio coming into that microphone. I need to figure something out. I don't know what to. The only thing I could think of is maybe if I oh yeah, you know what? Maybe we do like a hard restart the audio interface. Think about this. Bro, this is crazy. This is so crazy. Bro, this is I just spent like the last 2 hours like fixing other technical issues. And now I get this whole brand new one. You can now directly audio to outputs in routing view. Remind me later. Okay.
And it's just crazy. If you look at what happened.
I'm unplugging this mug. I'm unplugging this mug and plugging it back in. That's what I just have to do. I just need to accept. That's what I need to do.
Signed an executive order banning men.
Okay. Hard restart of thy device.
We need people in the country, but they have to come in legally. Two weeks ago, I signed.
Yo, this is I can't I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this. How is it even doing this right now? Let me kill this. Let me kill the Discord. Let me kill the Discord. Think about. Let me kill the Discord, and I wonder, right? Okay, Discord's killed.
Order banning men from playing in women's sports.
right, I'm taking 5 minutes. My food is already super cold now. So I'm gonna just eat what I can real quick while I need to focus. I need 2 minutes to I need a couple of minutes to really think about what possibly went wrong here. So let me tell you something, right? So I'm sitting here, right, I'm looking at this. So if the audio's low, my microphone, OBS, according to my microphone, according to OBS, my microphone is not picking up anything. That's how I meant to say it, right? Because I want to make sure I explain it properly in the future. So when I figure this out, I know I can look back and know that like the universe is against me on this. Okay. When I increase the volume, now here's the thing. There is no sound playing outside of the world of computers. Okay. There is, that's why I even took my headphones, or you saw me unplug the thing, right? Just to make sure it wasn't still picking up what I'm hearing through the headphones, right? Which I did before already. There is no external sound whatsoever. I even turned the gain, or like the gain in the microphone, all the way to 0. I did tested that before, right? All the way to 0. According to OBS, sound is making it to my microphone without us hearing anything. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that. I genuinely don't know what to do with that. That's like, if I wanted to try and make it make sense to you, it would be as if my microphone's representation in the computer world also has ears and is listening to the audio playing in the computer world as well and feeding that into the microphone. That is exactly what's going on as far as the presentation to me as of right now seems to be. I have eliminated all external sound. There is no sound in here. I play the video. There is no sound here, unless I'm going deaf. Maybe I'm no. I can't even make a joke about that, because it's like, I'd hear myself obviously talking, and if that was like, if deaf people, I wonder if deaf people can hear themselves talking. An argument to be made there, but I would know from like the audio playing out on my headphones or not. Like I don't my hearing is like that egregious. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how it's doing this. There is nothing I can possibly look back in any experience I've ever had, any experience I've ever seen other people have, to have gone through this. This is crazy. This is literally crazy. This is go back to eating. By the way, food gets so hard when you let it cool off after microwaving it. My God, especially when it's carb based. Christ, this stuff's hard. What do I do? Every single possible thing I'm thinking of could possibly be an issue is not applicable. Even the things that I'm like, there's an off chance of possibly doesn't fix it. Good Lord, that's hard. I just thought of something I can test. Just finish my last thing. Really thinking about what is it I need to do in order to fix this. Let me just wash my hands real quick and then we'll go. I guess so much for a politics stream. It was, I guess Slice just really was not trying to let me get into politics this particular week, bro. This is absurd. If I can't fix it in another 30 minutes, I'm gonna call it quits. Hey, all right. I feel so much better. I'm not angry as much as I was earlier. Okay. So the one thing I just know that I can do as a quick test is, okay, so since I'm dealing with this unique phenomenon that I have no idea how to even explain this to somebody over the internet, I can kind of leverage that to my advantage here and do this one simple test that'll let me know if it's the audio device or OBS. So I'm almost for sure that is OBS, right? So what I'm going to do is, so this particular audio interface I have has a separate monitor thing on it. The hardware itself, I already saw, it does not pick up any sound because there's no sound that's playing, right? When I play the video and there's no audio nowhere. But I wonder if the software, right, the there's like computer software on it that also shows you, that also monitors, like that shows you like the, you know, whatever sound or whatever is playing. There is, step back over here. There is, yeah, I was gonna say, I know you're gonna let me move my other computer, please. All right, there's another, there's this software monitoring thing, right? That if this moves while the video is playing, then this tells me that this would be more the device and not OBS, right? Which, if it was OBS, I'm like, okay, maybe if I like uninstall or remove it from OBS and then re-add it, maybe that might do something, but we'll see. So let's start with playing the video. Okay, so software didn't move, OBS did. So somehow, somewhere, there's a bleed over in audio sound from my thing, and I have no idea. I have no idea how. So let me just go to the Focusrite device in OBS. Okay, so we know it's something about OBS. Something about OBS. Okay, so I'm putting it back. So, okay. So the actual, I guess, audio representation of it, the device, right? I tied it to a different microphone and played the video, and it didn't pick it up. So I just put it back on the Focusrite, which is what this thing's called. The interface is called. Let's see. I want. This is so crazy. I don't know. I don't know what my Elgato is. My capture card is feeding directly to the microphone somehow. Right? When I talk into the microphone, it's fine. I don't know. I just ate all that pizza, man. Like 4 slices. Jeez. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I have no idea. You'd have to. I mean, the best we can do is we can just right. If I mute my microphone and then add the Elgato back. in case anybody's wondering, in case you just happen to stop by, I am dealing with a once in a lifetime problem right. I am sitting here and trying to figure out why audio from my capture card is being represented into my microphone when there's no sound from my microphone to hear. Like if I unplug this microphone right here, so I'll give you an example, right? Because you can hear me talking out of this, right? If I unplug this and then play or unmute the capture card, right? So you can hear this Lofi Girl sound playing, you'll hear it twice. Even though the microphone's not plugged up. It's not muted in OBS, but it's unplugged. So let me unplug it. Oh my god. Yo, this is absurd, right? I'm looking dead at it in OBS, right? And I can see it move as I'm talking. I unplug the microphone and then play audio in the capture card, or the thing, right? That's feeding into my capture card, and it gets pulled up in the microphone as well. That doesn't even make any sense. Logically, that doesn't even make any sense because not without special software, you can't tie a listening device to more than one thing. You just can't do that, right? I can't go into OBS, assign a audio device, right? Add an audio device to it, and then tell it to listen to two separate hard devices for audio input. That's impossible. I can't do that. I would have to add two separate audio device things in OBS in order to do that. My one microphone is somehow getting fed audio from the capture card digitally, and I can't, for the life of Christ. I don't even know, how would you even Google something like that? I couldn't even put it in words to even explain how something like that is even possible in OBS. I don't know. I really don't. I look at the audio device in OBS and it's assigned to the audio interface. The audio interface, right, only has an input for the microphone. I don't have anything else plugged up into it besides my headphones. Where's the cord at, right? Which I unplugged just when I was doing the test to make sure that it wasn't picking up the audio in my headphones. You know what would be the next thing? If I completely, so if I unplug this device, basically cutting it off, and then play the audio, I wonder if, bro, if OBS still then feeds it, because I mean, that'll tell me is most certainly OBS then, right? Because then if OBS device is completely like the interface, because this is one of those XLR cameras where you got to have a little special plug, right? It's not like one of those USB microphones, right? So if I completely unplug the interface where like the computer does not even have the interface and there's some phantom noise being picked up, I need to go get the Bible and some holy water, cause ain't no goddamn way. So let me unplug this. So y'all ain't gonna hear from me for like a minute or so. But all right, I'm plugging it in 3, 2, 1. wonder something. Is that Focusrite holding me like that? Is that the where? Crowd audio. Let me just hold on a second. Can I double check some settings real quick? Let me see something here. Sorry, my thing fell off here. Can I? Okay, so if I make it, if I mute it, and it's still picking me up. Can I direct monitor? Still the same thing, right? This changes nothing, right? I wonder if what's the setting for that? It's a very back. Hold on, I'm just checking something. Okay, yeah, no. Figured it out. Figured it out. You know what's crazy? My rant is what led me to figuring it out. That's what's so fantastic about it. I actually sat there when I ranted about it, like, this is impossible without ... And then look at that. Then I was like, something, I wonder. So then I go into the software, and I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it to you. What's even being represented in front of me? I changed nothing. I added nothing. The best that I possibly could have did was update the software, potentially, right? Like, just one of those things where I could have done it. Well, first and foremost, right? The software isn't even running. Just to be clear, the software isn't even running with the application, right? Or with the hardware device. So like I have OBS, and OBS able to listen to the microphone without the software, the software that this microphone or the interface thing comes with, even needs to be running, right? Because it's just, as long as the drivers is just like letting the interface being recognized as an audio input device, then that's it. Done. That's done, right? No software intervention needed. So it's not even running, yet somehow it's still influencing the thing, which, I'm like, okay, maybe, right, it's a configuration thing, right? Software configures it, and then that configuration lives on in the device. Okay, fine. But I go into the software. It has 2 inputs and then a playback, okay? Now, the playback is the interesting thing, right? Because, by default, there's nothing selected or anything, right? They're all live, okay? And as I'm looking at it, it's like, oh, well, would you look at that, right? As soon as I start playing audio, like, let me unmute this for a second, and then let me try like the the Windows noise. Oh, right. I would need to play something. I just want to try. I want to try something that I guess is loud enough to get it. Right? Yeah, see, there it goes, right? Like, audio that comes into the computer comes out of this playback device in the software, which I guess it then somehow feeds it into the microphone. I don't understand why. I really don't understand why, but that's what it is. So I have to manually mute this playback device thing in the software in order to let the microphone be the only thing that is that's I guess being used. I don't know. I don't know. My mind hurts so much. I don't even want to talk about politics no more. I really don't. But I'm going to. Going to. We wasted an hour, maybe two, of our life now doing some BS. I don't even know what I even want. Right, I went through the trouble of getting my AI partner back on, and he's I'm glad he ain't had to deal with it. Let me just try to put stuff back a little bit organized, and I'm gonna have to spend tomorrow like doing taxes and cleaning the house, right? Because now things are just a little bit messy because I've just been dealing with this tech stuff all day. Oh, okay. I'm done. All right, guys. Let's get started. All right, so let's see. I did want to watch this and see what's going on. Oh yeah, I did want to. Ooh, just I have to think about something quick. That'll be for next time stream. So like I normally have a game running like when I'm watching this stuff, but I don't have the USB readily available to me. I'm not even gonna even bother with it.
Take the abuse. We created the new Department of Government Efficiency, which you may have heard about. Doge, which is now waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And
What in God's name? How is it still picking it up? Wait, do I need to leave the software running? Is that what it is? I definitely did disable that. I'm glad I peeped over real quick. I was like, hold on, is it still doing it?
we've begun the largest
I don't think we're doing politics today, guys. Okay, we're not doing politics today. Bro, this is I can't believe this. I just muted this mug and am I tripping?
of industries and other things.
Now it's going straight to OBS. It's going straight to OBS now. Hold on a second. That can't be right. What? No, it's not. No, it can't. It couldn't be my microphone, right? I'm not that deaf, right? There's no way I'm that deaf. Let me lower my microphone all the way down. So I see it. It's the same. It's muted. We can't stream no more. We can't stream no more until yeah, so it's only coming out of one microphone, right? Yeah, it's only coming out of one microphone, or at least y'all might be hearing it now out of either just the right or only the left headphone thing, and that's just because I was just sitting there trying to figure out what is it I need to do to get this to work. Yo, I swear to God, I don't believe this. Is that what we got now? Yeah, okay. So I guess that'll work, making it enabling those features. Okay. I am sorry guys, I'm just dealing with one really bad bug real quick. Just bear with me a second. It looks like it works. It works now. Okay. You know what? I'm not even going to explain to you the level of just I don't even have a good name for it. Like, it's just like the universe just really hated me for like the last 2 hours. The universe really hated me for like the last 2 hours. But okay.
Regulation that has ever done. I lead the way on my first 4 years. We did more deregulation than any other president in history. And I brought a little list along that I thought I'd just read some of the places when you mentioned Doge, some of the places that this money has gone. And these are the ones that I feel I could read. There are some that are so nasty and dirty and horrible that I don't want to really read them because I assume they have television on. I have a guarantee they do. I let the press in today because we have nothing to hide, right? It's much better. They said, do you want to let the press in? I said, why not? You think Biden would do that? I don't think so. $520 million was given for a consultant to do ESG, that's environmental, social.
Hey, come here real quick. I want to show you something. Do you want to see the worst sales presentation ever? Check this out.
And governance investments in Africa, $520 million, $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and social responsibility behavior in.
You know what's crazy to me? Why is he picking these specific things? There's other things that would have been more that are more damning, more or less. You know, I guess depending on who you talk to. But why pick the things that sound somewhat normal, right? Like environmental conservation. Like why would that be a bad thing? You know, I just like there was like all the other stuff they were saying about like you know, like the condoms to like whatever country to reduce HIV infection rates, and what is it, like some gay opera or transgender this and that, like just stuff like that. It's like, okay, those can be more like easier to demonize, but like regular environmental stuff, like that's crazy.
The country of Colombia, $25 million, $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. They have no place in particular they were thinking of. There is no location. The money was sent out.
Wasn't I thought we were so supportive of other countries housing migrants so that they don't come here. Why would that? I mean, I guess if you want to argue that, you know, we shouldn't give them money to support themselves and like keeping the migrants from coming into the US, and I guess sure, but then at that point, right, then that government doesn't have no obligation to try and like you know, handle any amount of migrants, I guess, right? Because I want to say was it the Haitians, like when the whole conflict thing broke out on the Haitian, like on the Haitian island, right? Because I think they border with the Dominican Republic, if I got my geography right. I want to say like a lot of, because I mean it's an island, right? So like it's not like it's a direct path to the US, so I mean they're going to end up in a lot of a lot of other places in addition to the U.S. I could have swore I thought some of the initiatives was to like give these other countries the the funding and support to be able to also take the migrants that are fleeing from war torn countries, right? Because there's that whole God, what's that international law? There's an international law that that countries try to follow when like let's say like a nation gets blown up or goes to war, and like the people flee that country. It's a thing. I forgot what it's called. Not I see now I'm gonna have to actually pull it up. What is it? So international law, migrant refuge. Oof. It says anyone has a right to seek and enjoy asylum. There's asylum laws, but there's also there's another word for it. There's another word for like when they're, because asylum is like when they're being like targeted, or I guess technically maybe that could fall on it too, because I mean, persecution could also involve like maybe violence towards that person as well, in addition to just judicial stuff. That's kind of why do people leave their countries? Their measure might be difficult or dangerous for people to stay in their own country. For example, people who leave their countries are not always fleeing danger. They may believe they have a better chance of finding work and opportunity. What exactly is a refugee, an asylum seeker, and a migrant? Here we go, right? Refugee. The term refugee, asylum seeker, migrant are used to describe people who are on the move, who have left their country and have crossed their borders. The term migrant and refugee are often used interchangeably, but it's important to distinguish them as there is a legal difference. Yeah, a refugee is a person who has fled their own country because they are at risk of serious human rights violations and persecution there. The risks to their safety and life were so great that they felt they had no choice to leave and seek safety outside the country because their own government cannot or will not protect them from those dangers. Refugees have a right to international protection. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about, right? Refugees should be those that come from countries that are war torn, right? So like the government is at war, so they can't necessarily promise you won't catch a stray missile or something in your house, or like the bad guys won't like start taking land and then like enslaving or beating the whatever territory that they come in control of. An asylum seeker is a person who has left the country seeking protection for persecution, serious human rights violation in the country, but who hasn't yet been legally recognized as a refugee and is waiting on a decision on their. Okay, yeah. There is no internationally accepted definition of legal definition of a migrant. Like most agencies and organizations, we at Amnesty International understand migrants to be people staying outside their country of origin who are not seeking asylum or refuge. All right, so. I hate the way they explain this, right? Because this sound, once you read this makes these two sound the exact same thing, right? Because asylum seeking to me is when your own country is trying to get at you, right? So that could be, think of like Snowden. You know what, Snowden, right? When we were trying to like prosecute him. Right, and so he fled the country and ended up in like Russia and like some other places, right? He would be an asylum seeker. Right? But then to me, somebody like, for example, when Russia invaded Ukraine, right? Like a Ukrainian that leaves to go to another country, that to me would be a refugee, right? Because that would be somebody, because it's not that their own government is trying to get at them or can't, or it's can't. I don't even know what's the proper word for it, right? Basically, like their dangers doesn't come inherently from their own government, right? It comes from the fact that the country's at war, and so anything can happen, and you can get murked at any moment. So you flee your war torn country. So international law protects the rights of migrants, refugees, asylum seekers. This includes the right to seek asylum. Yeah, so this is a right, because I want to say this is, I want to say something about the United States has something that recognizes this, right? That recognizes the right of people to seek asylum, and that's why we have judges and stuff. Oh, see how nice of them to actually bring it to us. The Refugee Act of 1980 incorporated key provisions of the Refugee Convention into U.S. immigration law. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like we have something that recognizes the international right of people to seek refuge. D&D, I do. Hey, Tutsa, War Guy 94. I do not play. I do not play D&D, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't. It's not. I can even really say about that one. Hold on, I'm trying to. I want to try and fix something real quick while I'm at it. I don't know why. Is it just that bad of a delay? Man, is it just really just that? I guess it's just that bad of a delay. Would you ever be interested? Would it ever interest you to get into playing it? Not so like I wouldn't mind learning. It's just the problem is just that I'm already like super busy most of the time with just a bunch of things going on in life between work. Like I'm already working more than 40 hours a week, and it's only gonna get even more busier for me now. And then I have all like my own like personal projects and stuff that I have going on. So I just honestly just don't have the time. So yeah. Yep. Scheduling. The work schedule is the thing that just like holds me the most, since like that leaves me little time just for myself to begin with, you know. But don't worry, you know, when AI comes in, right, we'll all be jobless, and then we'll have plenty of time to do things like D&D. So let me go back now to this here.
Where it's going. $42 million for social and behavior changes in Uganda, and $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcision. People that want to be, or have to be circumcised in Mozambique. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million.
Hell yeah! A brother just hopped on the train for our Twitch movement. Better be speaking some damn English, motherfucker.
Appreciate the follow. Tons. Oh my gosh, bro, this man, I swear, is so comedic, right? There we go. I was wondering whether the outrageous stuff was gonna start coming up. A circumcision, right? So how much money we're paying for somebody for circumcision? And then the problem is that we can't even tell. Like I refuse to believe that 100% of everything that they're telling us is even correct, right? Like there's probably like some nuance to it, because like it wouldn't surprise me if somebody was able to actually look and see the money for circumcision, if it was actually what it was, if it was to like some kind of like main like health thing, whatever health program or whatever, and then within that program there were things like circumcision, right? Which I want to, I don't know if there's a sanitary reason for that or not. I know there's definitely religious practices behind it, but I'm not sure if there was like a I don't know too much medical science, to be honest with you. I don't remember if there was like, some kind of benefit for circumcision when it came to like cleanliness or something like that. I don't know, but it's just that, right? Because think of like in the US, like the funding we do for Planned Parenthood, right? Planned Parenthood itself has a bunch of different medical services to women in addition to abortion, right? Abortion isn't the only thing that they do. But if you ever hear any of these people talk about funding the Planned Parenthood, it's only strictly abortion, right? That's the only thing that just occupies their mind in that regard. So that's why I'm like really skeptical, but that money was just like exclusively, because they're presenting it as if it's an exclusive payment for this one specific thing. So
$42 million for social and behavior changes in Uganda, and $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcision. People that want to be, or have to be circumcised in Mozambique. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to consortium.
Some of these things don't even sound bad for improving public procurement. So like what, teaching the government how to like properly obtain products and stuff for the country and whatnot. I think the other thing like before that was like social something for Uganda or something like that. So that sounds like a means of like getting like the population to not be as discriminatory to themselves. Because if I recall correctly, the African countries especially, like they have a lot of like big like self conflict in there. if I remember my history correctly, right? I want to say like some of the biggest some of the bigger genocides that are well recorded were like in African countries.
And political process strengthening, which $22 million was for inclusive participatory.
And then the last thing I'm gonna just say about this too is that I also want people to understand that like this sounds like a lot of money. So let's give it the benefit of the doubt and say that everything he's saying is true. The problem is the United States of America budget is so massive that these millions of dollars is literally chump change to the overall budget, right? Like 22 million, let's say that $22 million was a waste, right? Well, the budget is like $3 or $4 trillion, right? Let me rush this. Let me show y'all something, right? Come here, microphone. Stay right there. United States budget. The federal government sent $6.75 trillion, okay? How many millions of dollars do you think you need to make to get to 6.75 trillion, right? $1,000 million gets you 1 billion. $1,000 billion gets you to 1 trillion. Okay, that's like that tier system is so far apart from each other that even if you eliminated all these programs, it wouldn't make a single dent at all into the U.S. budget. That's another problem I really have with this. And then the worst part is that they're not even the money that they save, if they really cut all this stuff, they're just going to then like direct it towards like stupid stuff like increasing more money to military, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But if the point is to like cut your budget so that you save money to pay off debt, I don't know why you're then directing it to other things. And then you have your tax cuts, right? Because they want to make sure the rich people get more tax cuts. That never works out for like the middle or poor class. So
process in Moldova, and $21 million going to my friend, Prime Minister Modi in India, for voter turnout. We're giving $21 million for voter turnout in India. What about us? I want voter turnout too, Governor. $29 million to strengthen the political landscape in Bangladesh. Went to a firm that nobody ever heard of. Got $29 million. They got a check. Can you imagine? You have a little firm, you get 10,000 here, 10,000 there. And then we get $29 million from the United States government. They had 2 people working in that firm. 2 people. I think they're very happy. They're very rich. They'll be on the cover of a very good business magazine pretty soon for being great scammers. $20 million for fiscal federalism, and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal, and $47 million also for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's got a lot of money.
you see, this is why this is just so crazy, right? Biodiversity, right? So now more environmental stuff, right? That is like at its face value shouldn't be seen as a bad thing. It's really crazy.
$50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. They gave $50 million. It worked out so well, they gave another $50 million a little bit later. Condoms, $100 million for Hamas. And we're also uncovering outrageous incompetence and fraud in the Social Security. And I read this last night. So, Governor, you're going to be bored hearing this, but you never get bored because it's not possible to even believe it. So if you live 100 years, it's a long time. But let's assume that they had millions and millions of people living, because they have like 10 million people in the Social Security living. But let's go over 100. So now you're.
Oh yeah. Let's actually look into that, right? So my understanding, okay. So claim is that for the Social Security. So for anybody that might not be familiar with the U.S. system on this, right? When you once you become a working age in the United States, right, you pay this tax, right? Once you start working, you pay you pay taxes into certain social programs, right? One of these programs is Social Security, and the intent behind it is that once you become 65, so basically retirement age, the money that you had been taxed to put into the Social Security was basically your retirement fund, your savings, okay, that the government was making you do. And so now that you're retired and you're no longer working, you may or may not have your own like saved up source of income or whatever, right? So Social Security was a means of like, combating that or helping you out with that in that regard, right? Because then you get your Social Security check, which would just be the money that you've been putting in. Like, let's assuming that you started working at the age of 18, right? So that's That's like what 57. I want to say it's like 57 years. 57 years, assuming if you was working like that the entire time, like never being unemployed for like more than not a full year, right? But 57 years worth of you paying into this account should hopefully have some money to keep you able to like live and pay off like whatever living expenses you have until you die. Okay, that's Social Security. So you start getting that, assuming that you've been working long enough, right? You get that at the retirement age 65, and then there's like caveats on like how you can push that out more so you can get bigger payouts and blah blah blah, all that extra stuff, right? Now the claim that I think Musk was sitting there and saying is that, hey, there was he pulled the data, and there's like all these people 100 years and over that are in the Social Security system, right? Doesn't and implies, because even the screenshot thing that he shows, and it implies that these people are getting Social Security checks somehow. So let's actually just look into that, right? So let's say Musk. I'm sure somebody's already did like the fact check. Musk, Social Security. Let's see, all right. All right. Because my understanding is, because I remember reading, now this is under the Biden administration. I remember reading, not the full report, but I remember reading some of the report that the inspectors, right, the IGs, right, the inspector generals or whoever it is, right, that the IGs were did on the Social Security stuff, and my understanding was that it was a data problem. Like they just didn't have the data that just recorded whether like these people were deceased or not. And when the inspector general then looked into, are these people getting payments, right? I think they said it was like less than 1% of like whatever body that they were like referring to. We're getting Social Security checks. So all those people that have data that haven't been like recorded as deceased or not, are not even being paid Social Security. So, and that report came out either 2022 or 2023. So then you want to tell me that in the span of like 2 or 3 years, right, all of a sudden what was less than 1% of these people getting Social Security, the way you presented it, all these people now are getting Social Security? Like, nah, like I'm not that stupid. So let's look into a couple of articles of these. Like factcheck.org is doing our thing. I got a notification that my Chinese goods has made it into the US. So that's good, right? Hey guys, look, I'm trying to tell y'all might have gotten a short reprieve, because I think he said like what, right? I think the rest of the big bulk of tariffs are coming in April 1st. I want to say is when it'll come through, because I'm sure they'll be working very fast to implement them. You guys kind of missed your window. You might be able to squeeze another product or two if you order it in the next today for sure, right? Sunday. If you order it, maybe Monday, Tuesday, you might be able to get your Chinese goods into the United States before the tariffs really become a problem. But yeah, guys, if you didn't buy your stuff now, before those tariffs hit, boy, that's it. So much stuff is going to be more expensive. Trump's Social Security head admits dead Americans aren't necessarily getting checks, right? And here we go. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? So for the past week, President Donald Trump, Elon Musk have repeatedly pushed unsubstantiated claims that dead Americans listed as 150 or older are receiving Social Security payments. But even Trump's new top Social Security chief is refuting the baseless assertions. In the statement Wednesday, newly named Social Security Acting Commissioner Lee Dudek addressed what he called recent reporting about the number of people older than age 100 who could be receiving benefits of Social Security. The reported data are people in our records of Social Security numbers who do not have a date of death associated with their records. That's all it was, right? The IG report under Biden said that the government was just trash when it came to proper record keeping, and just didn't have this field in their database filled out, right? So they just have a bunch of people that they don't have a recorded date that these people died, right? Which I'm sure the government would be it would be so easy for the government to be able to get that information, but bureaucracy is bureaucracy, right? So Let's see. I saw the jewelry check. Do you sell? Hold on. I'm coming over here. And wow, my mouse is actually very, very slow here. I'm sorry. I just saw. I'm actually just seeing a message. It's slowly catching up. It's slowly catching up, but yeah, it should actually be caught up now. I just actually missed that one message. Yep, jeweler. Um, don't do watches, but I do things like yeah, because I still have this like beside me, but I have like pendants. So these are all well, while I still have them, these are handmade. Like, so here's like another one, right? So these are handmade in Egypt. So these are Egyptian products. Okay. Here I even have something like this. Looks. That was probably like the prettiest looking one with this light. But this I personally don't recommend wearing if you have any hair on your body whatsoever, because it will snatch that up. But hold on, I gotta look at it. I'm gonna look at it one more time here. Just yeah, just look gorgeous. Yeah, so I do it's pendants. It's Egyptian style pendants mostly, because they're usually the easiest. I do other things too, like desk plates, and I can get chains. Chains are a little bit harder. Chains are a little bit harder, just because like we don't actually hand make those chains. We just like search in the market for them, in case if you want a particular style or something. Oh yeah, I gotta go back to wearing my jewelry too. See, I haven't done this stuff in so long, and I stopped putting on the things I used to have. But yeah, let's getting back to our thing here. So let's see. The reported data, these individuals not necessarily receiving benefits. Dude did not mention origins of the claim. Trump and the billionaire tech who alleged widespread fraud in Social Security Administration to address the cut funding, blah, blah, blah. Musk has posted screenshots of the Social Security database, reported as Doge Discovery, that lists the range of Americans 100, 150, 200 and older who are in the SSA system. We've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone 150? They should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. So Social Security officials were already aware of the quirk in the database. A 2023 report, see, from the nonpartisan Inspector General for the Social Security Administration found 18.9 million Americans born before 1920, were listed in the database but lacked death information on the records. However, the report said almost none. So this is what I mean. Like, it's in the actual report, I believe it's like less than 1%. Almost none of the deceased individuals were receiving payments, contradicting the claims. One of the great potential scandals in history. Listen to this: 3.6 million people are in the Social Security rolls from the age of 110 years old to 119. Do you think there are really that many? 110, 119. Well, I don't know what he's looking at, but that doesn't sound too crazy. But yes, right. You know, the very few get to hit the magic number 100, right? So probably even fewer. My God. Let me see. Oldest person in the U.S. In February, as of February 15, 2025, Naomi Whitehead, damn, she looked good, is the oldest living person in the United States at the age of 114 years and 142 days. She looks good. She doesn't look like too crazy, like, yeah, see? Damn, this woman was alive for like she was alive for like 2 world wars, right? When was I know World War II was like what, like the 1930s? I think like 1935, somewhere around there, right? World War One was what? Yeah, bro, she was born a few years before World War One, lived through World War II, lived through the Cold War and Vietnam War, all these wars, and that woman is still kicking. Psh, boy, That's crazy. But yeah, but anyway, going back to my point, right? Like that's not too crazy, right? So that's somebody that's 114, right? So like they're out there. They're definitely out there. It might not be that many of them, but they're definitely out there. So when he says it's 3.6 million, right? I would like to think that just goes to show that that's probably just mostly the people that just don't have death records reported that are not getting Social Security as well. So has pointed to a 2024 audit, blah, 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 that found $71.8 billion in improper Social Security payments from 2015 to 2022. Oh my God. Why? Oh yeah, that's right. They have the immunity now from like their own mess ups, right? That's how you know like stuff is just so terrible when supporters will sit there and they'll listen to that or look at that and they won't hold Trump accountable for anything, right? Because 2015 presidential election, so he came into office 2016. So you're telling me from 2016 to 2020. So first and foremost, right? What's that? That's 7 years, okay? So 7 years. In 7 years, there was 71.8 billion. Out of those 7 years, 4 of them, right? 4 of them. So more than half of those years of that time frame was under Donald Trump. More than half of that time frame was under Donald Trump. That's what's so crazy about it. But you talk to anybody else, you know what they're going to tell you? Oh, it was the deep state. It was the deep state. Or just some like, other BS like, conspiracy stuff. That's why, like, I don't, like, this is why I've changed my focal point on this stuff. Because, like, if facts doesn't, if you want to combat this, you have to play them at their own game. You need to acknowledge this and then play them at their own game so that when they sit there and they try to use what you would have otherwise said factually, you just deny or blame it on something else like they do, and then bring this up on them, and then then that's it, right? And then you just do those exact same things and you just run through it every time, right? Like it's so disingenuous. Accounting for less than 1 point, yeah, see, and then less than 1%. My God, why am I like having a hard time talking? So less than 1%. Less than 1% of the payments to the Social Security. So this is what I'm talking about, bruh.
Hell yeah! A brother just hopped on the train for our Twitch movement. Better be speaking some damn English, motherfucker.
Hey, Lofi, thank you for the follow. Less than 1% of the actual legitimate payments were made with Social Security. So again, right, it's like even if this fraud didn't exist at all, it's a drop in the bucket to the United States government's $6.5 trillion budget, right? $71.8 billion, right? I need over 6,500 billions of dollars. And you're telling, of spending is what I do every year for the United States government, right? That can also mean a whole lot of things, right? It could have been an extra check, right? For whatever reason, right? I've seen this before where like the Social Security ministry, like they jack something up, right? And they send you an extra check by mistake, right? And you know what they'll just sit there and do? They just won't pay you the following month. Like that's just what it is, right? Or like some, weird accounting issue or whatever, right? Where let's say they did the calculations wrong and they were overpaying you, right? And you're still alive, right? They'll just stop paying you until like the whatever deficit you're in is just made whole, and then they'll go to paying you your regular amount. Like that's how they do it, right? Fraud, actual full legitimate fraud where somebody gets the money that they shouldn't have gotten and then they gotta get persecuted or whatnot. Like I promise you that's probably a lot less. That may not even be half of this dollar amount to even begin with. And then don't forget that, like, if you steal from the government, then the government has every right to to basically liquidate your life, all right, to start recouping that money. So if you have any property, cars, whatever, like all that, all that's being taken after persecution, right? They lock you up in jail. It's a wrap. But yeah, so like I said, so like the Social Security stuff, bro, the Social Security news is just like so like dead fake. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but shout out to this lady. February. Oh, and that's February this year, right? So that was just like a week or so ago. She 114 years old. Damn. World War I, World War II. Crazy.
More than 100 years old. We have 4.7 million Social Security numbers, people from the age of 100 to 109. So if you're 100 to 109, we have 4.7 million people on our Social Security rolls, right? Well, that's a lot of people. I knew one guy was 100.
Out of a population of what? Like, isn't it a 350 million? Excuse me. I want to say the population of the U.S. is 350 million. Okay, 340 million. So 340 million people in the United States, right? And so out of that 340 million, and remember, birth rates are declining all around the world for most countries, right? So I could sit there and assume that if we're looking at, what did he say? He said like 3.4. Let me see.
4.7 million.
4.7 million. We have 4.7 million. 4.7 million out of 340 million. That tracks awfully close to being like fairly believable. But and then again, right? There's just like obviously a data issue that was recorded in the report.
Social Security rolls, right? Well, that's a lot of people.
And remember, these are all people that are not like necessarily collecting Social Security checks. I just want to really reiterate that.
One guy was 100. The great Lenny Litt, when he was a builder in Manhattan, he lived to 103. You knew him. He was one of the greatest builders. He was so happy. The reason he lived, he loved building. He'd build a building a year, right? Never had a problem. You knew Lenny Litt when I would think of him. Right? He was a great guy and got along with everybody. He got along with Democrats, Republicans. Everybody loved Lenny. When he died, it was a bad day.
And then he gives an example of somebody living that long. Oh my God, Rev.
New York, I'll tell you, he was a great guy. But he lived to 103, 104 because he just loved his business. He was designing a new building at 103, and that was the end of it.
He just likes to talk, bro. He doesn't understand how self-defeating that is, right? The whole point is to sit there and say that they can't possibly have people, that were, what's the word I'm looking for, that lived that long. And then he gives an example, a really clear example of somebody living past 100. Crazy.
Get the design finished. But you had 3.6 million people aged 110, substantially older than good old Lenny. From 110 to 119, you have 3.6. These are the people on the rolls. Now we're looking to see whether or not they've been paid, because if they've been paid, then just using those numbers to take out all the money that's paid to those people. 3.47 million people from the age of 120 to 129. 3.9 million people aged 130 to 139. 3.5 million people aged 140 years old to 149 years old. I think this is the case for Pam. I think I might give you this, Pam, just you can have it. In fact, I will. 1.3 million from age 150. There's 1.3 million people they're saying are alive and receiving Social Security. Now, that's the only...
Yeah, that's the part right there. That's just a flat out lie. That's the part right there. That's just a flat out lie, right? There's nobody. I assure you, there's, like the Inspector General report from 2023 said, there's like almost none of these people in the entire group that he's pointed out are receiving Social Security payments. All right, most of these people just don't have a recorded date of death in them. It doesn't mean that they're actually pulling a Social Security check. So to sit there and say that there's people 150 years, 100. Could you imagine if your job is to check and make sure that there's no fraudulent payments going, and then you go into the system and you sit there and you see that there is somebody who's not only 150 years old that you can assume is alive because there's no recorded date of death, but they're also receiving a paycheck? that's one that would actually warrant like some kind of scrutiny that I would assume that most people would definitely like look into, right? Now, the thing is that if they're not receiving a social, because it's about priority, right? Because remember, like the federal government only has enough resources to do but so much, okay? You can look at the IRS, for example, right? Because like even when they're looking at somebody that's obviously cheating on their taxes, like I believe like Trump was with the way he was reporting his the cost of his properties versus the value of his properties and whatnot to avoid taxes, which I think is what the New York government found. Right? Like you don't have the resources to like quickly handle those kinds of things, right? So you'll prioritize. So with regards to the Social Security Administration, right? All right, I see this person here doesn't have a recorded date of death, and let's say like if I was to assume that they're alive, they're 200 years old. Let's say I see this person. The very first thing I'm going to ask, because I have limited resources, is, are we paying him or her Social Security benefits? If the answer is no, okay, I understand. I see that they don't have a recorded date of death. I don't have the resources to sit there to spin somebody up, to go hunt down whatever state this man is potentially in, to go find his death certificate so I can know when he died and put it in this database. Instead, I'm going to go over here where I have all these Social Security payments that we have gotten information and see are possibly potentially fraudulent. And I'm going to focus over there. As a European, can I give you another point of view of what Trump and Elon is doing and the effects of us and the effects of it? Sure. Go right ahead. Ty VZ1. While I'm waiting for you to type that up, let me kind of guess where you may go, or at least where I think, right? He's kind of more or less kind of screwing you guys over. Because I think people have been away from war for so long that they begin to kind of downplay it or romanticize it. Because if Russia isn't stopped where they are and they are allowed, which is what it's looking like, which is what I kind of predicted, if they're allowed to keep the territory of the Ukraine, that they've, without justification, launched their invasion into, and then they just slowly get their sanctions and everything just released and whatnot, and they made like all these other people to be made the bad guys, made NATO to look like the bad guy and everything like that. Eventually, Russia's going to learn from all of the things that went wrong with his current invasion, his supply chains, and he's not going to do anything for I would say like 5 years. I give him like 5 years. For 5 years after that, he is going to do everything in his power to strengthen his military, strengthen his supply chain, strengthen everything he possibly could do, get stronger ties with North Korea and whatnot. And then once he's up, because now he knows the game plan when in regards to sanctions, he knows exactly what parts of his economy and his country will be impacted and how to reduce the impact of it. I wouldn't be surprised if he then sets up a precursor to then take the rest of Ukraine, right? Because at the end of the day, so long as Ukraine doesn't have any security guarantees, Ukraine is out of here. I'm sorry, guys. Ukraine is out of here. Like it's a done deal. And then the thing is that if he's somehow able to take Ukraine from that point forward, he's not foolish enough to directly attack a NATO country, but that doesn't mean he can't do soft things. Election interference, cyber attacks, chaos and doubt and all this other stuff, right? He's already doing a really good job of getting Trump to just make it seem like NATO, or I take it back. Now, let's take Trump out of the picture. He's already doing because Trump is Trump is whatever, right? Russia is doing a really good job at getting big voices in America to think NATO is the problem and the the aggressor or point of possible war conflict over, so because all those things with like these people that were secretly getting Russian money that speaks to audiences of millions of people in the United States and whatnot, and this thing with taking legitimate concerns like NATO, these European countries not paying the 2% GDP that NATO wants them has agreed and wants these countries to do, and then combine it with illegitimate things. It's all crazy. when your government is spending too much money, your inflation affects our economy because economy bad because every commodity is valued in USD. That's the reason we created the euro to challenge your government to stop spending too much money that causes inflation. So true. The world. So what is it? The reserve currency. The reserve currency in the world is mostly done in USD. Um, Although I'm not too sure about well, the inflation stuff. I guess there can be an argument that can be made about like when inflation impacts the United States, it has like really bad negative consequences to obviously the rest of the world. I was in actually what country was I in? I'm drawing a blank. Egypt. I remember when I went into Egypt. At the time, $1 made 15 Egyptian pounds, and by the time I left, I was there for about like a little over a year. Uh, when I left, $1 made 30 Egyptian pounds. So the inflationary effects is true, but the problem is that can be applied to any currency, and it doesn't necessarily tie to the amount of spending. Because if you think about it, like the United States, if I was to look up, for example, budget, right? Because we're talking about the money that the United States government directly spends. So budget of US over the years, and you'll see that it's been mostly consistent. It's been mostly consistent, and the only time it skyrocketed was during COVID, right? Which was the case for like all the other world's governments. So like if we was in a world where we were what was it? If we was in a world where let's say like the United Kingdom was the reserve currency, right? Like literally the exact same thing would play out where like inflation across the world is like, steady. And then it's only until like some major conflict, whether that's like some huge economic bubble being burst, or like a generational event like COVID happens, and like the government ends up having to spend a lot of money and blah 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 and stuff, and then inflation ticks up and then it wrecks the rest of the world. That's more or less unavoidable. And then the thing is that it's not even so much as just the United States government's spending policies, because if you think how much we spend compared to like other countries around the world, we should be having a much more severe negative inflationary impact to other countries for the amount of money that we spend versus the other countries. Really what it is that like with COVID, since COVID sucked the supply chains as bad as it did, because I think it like wiped not only did it like disrupt all of the supply chains, but then I think it took off like 3.5 million people across the world, right? What was COVID deaths worldwide. Let me see. And that's deaths. 7 million. Yeah. So 7 million deaths, right? So 7 million deaths, supply chains disrupted across the world, and you have all of the remedies for inflation to go out of control that isn't necessarily tied to spending. Because if you think about it, right, the supply issues, right? So if we had, instead of making those like whatever bailouts and whatnot that we did for COVID, if we actually had never did any of that and we stayed like right here, the COVID supply chain issue would have still happened. And then once that happens, right, all prices still would have like risen crazy, right? All your gas and energy costs, whatever it is that all like ties in inflation, right? Because inflation is all supply and demand, right? More demand than the supply, and right, prices rise. So that's my take on it. You are right, that obviously we're going to influence inflation across the world, but I would just argue that it's not necessarily unique to how the United States is spending money. Because in fact, some of the key things before COVID that had a lot of economists puzzled is that how we were spending so much money and inflation was still staying like, I think like what, 2 to 3%, I believe was like the targeted inflation rate that we were hitting before COVID. So where like if any other country was to do it, like it would have just that country would have been wrecked, obviously. So yeah. That's kind of my take on it. But as far as like now positive for them, obviously cutting expenses and cutting the costs or cutting these wastes, the legitimate waste and stuff that we're spending, I'm totally for it. But just don't misrepresent it. That's just at the end of the day, that's all I just ask for. Do not misrepresent the spending. Okay? If you're saying that we're wasting money doing X and Y, say that, give the data, right? Don't stretch nothing, don't make up like certain parts of the facts. Give it and then cut it without, this is the key word right here, without then spending more money into something else, right? Don't sit there and try to save this money and then turn around and then waste more money into something else like they're trying to do with tax cuts, which then means the government has to borrow more money and then inflation or interest, all that good stuff. So that's always been like just my big problem with it, right? I support a decent amount of the things that they're doing, how they're doing it, and the way they're lying about what it is that they're doing are the two things that I do not like. It's just stupid. The main reason the U.S. was the powerhouse and the reserve currency was because you had low government spending and almost no inflation. The reserve currency will be yuan in 5 to 10 years. That could be a reason, but I want to say the biggest reason why we became the world's currency was actually just because of our, I believe it was our economic security and military power, if I recall correctly. Because, like, for example, I do not believe the yuan will ever be the reserve currency unless they fix one key thing that they do, and that's their currency manipulation, right? This was, as a matter of fact, this made it in the news. This was like a couple of years ago. This was like 3 to 6 years ago, where the Chinese government, when the Chinese government was dealing with inflation, or they had like these huge problems with inflation, they intervene and manipulate the value of their currency in order to benefit them, right? That's a huge no-go when it comes to a reserve currency, right? Because basically then what you're able to do is just that, like, for your own country's benefit. So like the United Kingdom, let's say the United Kingdom, for example, right? If the world's currency was in that, right? If the United Kingdom was ever facing a problem where, like, let's say, oh, well, all these goods that we're importing is too expensive and we want them to be cheaper for our people, right? Then they can manipulate their currency to devalue it. To increase its value so that their money lets them buy more goods and makes importing cheaper, right? Because if your currency is worth more, then the imports are cheaper because, your currency could pay for more things. That's a huge no-go when we're talking about a reserve currency across the world. Like there can't be no manipulation of the currency by the government. That's arguably probably the biggest thing. And then the second thing is just the military right? Because like we could sit there and we could do things like protect shipping, shipping passages. That's why like when Hamas was or not Hamas, but one of those terrorist groups that were around that region that were threatening the shipping lanes for countries and stuff, why we with France, I think Britain was involved too, why we then like sent our carriers in there to protect the shipping routes and whatnot. So economy, so that, free trade and being able to protect the economic pathways across the world and stuff was another huge thing. But probably arguably the biggest one is just the fact that you can't have a government that's going to like manipulate its currency for its own benefit. We definitely don't do that. So that's just my argument, and that's what I believe was the big reason why we didn't, why we became the world reserve currency: military might and consistency of the U.S. dollar or worth for the currency.
They're receiving it, that makes it much worse. If they're not receiving it, that just makes it incompetent. They shouldn't be on the rolls. And the only thing good about this is that when we take all these people off the rolls, and we have tremendous fraud underneath, people that are 80 and 60 and 50 and everything else, but this is really incredible. 1.3 million from 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people are on the rolls of Social Security over the age of 160 years old, including 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. So we have, think of that, we have 1,039 people who are 220 years old to 229. We have one person at 240 years old, and here's the beauty of them all. We have one person at 360, which is strange because the country is 250. And they're 110 years older than the country. Here, Pam, you better take a look at this. better for you than for me. Now the question is, are they getting paid? Because somebody maybe is getting paid. I have a feeling you were. I said, what a convenient thing. This is so nice. We created this department, Doge, and the kind of numbers are incredible. It could be $500 billion, but it could be $1 trillion. It could be even $1.5 trillion. We're going to find out. I mean, I'm actually going with Elon, and Elon is doing a really good job. And I said, who are these people that travel? We call them the Dogers. And I said, what are they? He said, they're generally young people with extremely high IQs who are very good with computers, because you have to be good with computers. So when one of these scammers talks and tries to tell them why it's perfect, they said, no, it doesn't work that way. It's very hard to talk them out of something when they have you. But we're actually going to Fort Knox because I want to see, do we
arrived in Gaza. The nights are cold and thousands of children have nothing to
God,
protect
these
them from the
ads.
harsh winter. But we're here to help.
Oh, is that it? Oh, that ended. Okay. Look up the inflation in USA between 1820 and 1920. Sure. Let's see. Inflation in the US. So this is what I'm going to assume, right? Let's see. You said 1820 and 1920. Inflation in the US 7.87% negative. And let's see. So the 7.87% inflation rate means $100 in 1819 is equivalent to $92 in 1820. So a year later, it would have been $92. Wait, so why did they put the negative? Why did they put the negative percent? Am I reading this right? Hold on. Can I get? Why did they even call it? Oh, that's just the thing. Okay. Officialdata.org. Can I get 1820 is worth 96.58 in 1821? I get a different inflation rate, but I get the same. Yeah, so these something about these websites here is a bit off to me, so I'm trying to see, because this right here is even wrong. Like, why give a negative because that's deflation, right? So when we talk inflation, right, that's a positive number, because what we're saying is just that, like, the value of something, right, the value of something has increased to the point where you need more money in order to cover that same product. So something costs $100 today, you need $105 to buy that same thing. That's an inflationary, impact, which is a positive. A negative number makes that deflationary, meaning that if something cost me $100 today, then it would be reduced in value, wouldn't be worth as much, but that doesn't mean the currency itself is like, what's the word? Is less value, right? The currency is isn't less valued, right? Because inflation ties to the cost of goods, not necessarily the worth of the currency. Can I get why? Let's try this, right? National Bureau of Economic Research. Can I get? Let's see. So the period 1820 to 1860 was one of the most American history. During these 4 decades that led to ultimately to the Civil War. Oh, and now we're talking about me. Well, now we get some big world event. Okay. Some move short distances, blah, blah, blah. 1840 prematurely politics. Where's the numbers? I just need the numbers. Pessimist viewpoint. Where's the numbers? Rural wages are in the long run. Okay. In the aggregate, the long run. In the aggregate, between 1820 and 1860, real wages grew at about 1% per year. Thus, on average, antebellum economic growth did trickle down the many working class. Short run, while real wages grew in the long run, pessimists right to their erratic behavior over certain periods, subperiods. To emphasize their erratic behavior over certain subperiods, real wages grew less rapidly. Okay, effects of labor markets. Bro, where's the? Oh, and this is the end. God, this doesn't even give me what I was looking for. Yeah, the gold standard, meaning $1 was the amount of silver or gold. Oh yeah, and then we stopped tracking the value of gold, right? I think wasn't that around the time? Isn't that around the time like we added the Federal Reserve? I think that's what that was, right? Was it Let me see. I want to say that was like start of Federal Reserve, 1913. Oh no, so this was 1913. So it was actually before then. When did U.S. stop tying? I think it's. Let's try this. Right. Nope. I want to get the word right. I want to be able to spell. I guess I can't do it. Stop tracking currency with gold. I think it is tying. I think I was right with TY. The gold standard was the basis for international monetary system from 1870s to early 1920s, and from late 1920s, 1932, as well as 1944 until 1971, when the 1944 until 1971, when the United States unilaterally terminated convertibility to the U.S. dollar to gold, effectively ending the Bretton Woods system. Oh no, so this was well after that. Okay, pegged to gold. And let's even get a even better source, because you know how people feel about Wikipedia. Even though Wikipedia most of the times is good because you can go and then find the sources here, and then you can actually click on the sources. But I don't even have to do that, right? I can go here into the Federal Reserve History.org, and it looks like Nixon was the one that then ended. So we're talking about well after, the 1920s. So that doesn't seem right. But then even if I want to say just probably the biggest thing was just the Federal Reserve coming into play, right? Because it was 1913. Now 1913, or when the Federal Reserve came in, then that's when like a lot of fiscal stuff started really changing. But it looks like the United States didn't stop pegging the currency to gold until Nixon, and that was the 70s. International World War II was dubbed the Bretton Woods system. So this was after World War II when that system was created. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. Actually, yeah, I probably did want to look at this. Just make sure. Creation of Bretton Woods system. A new international monetary system was forged by delegates from 44 nations in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire in 1944. Delegates to the conference agreed to establish the International Monetary Fund. Oh yeah, so that's when the IMF. That's when the IMF. Yeah, okay, I remember. Man, been a minute since I touched world history. Yeah, that is around the time the IMF came into existence, because that's like how we wanted to like help poor countries and stuff recover from all of the destruction of World War II. Convertibility until 1971. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's that. But yeah, let's say like that. And this is what I'm saying. Like a lot of this, is just like not necessarily unique to like how the United States spends its money, right? A lot of this stuff is just more of an international impact thing, where like if it could have been any other country, could have been France's being a reserve currency, or Great Britain and stuff, and like just when COVID came about and jacked up the supply market, I mean it is what it is. What it is too, that just people just don't give enough credit for too, is that our economy now versus all the way back then is much more wholly connected. So when one of us starts to have a problem, we all begin to have a problem. So like, for example, right, Russia and Ukraine, Russia invading Ukraine. Okay. People forget that, which, funnily enough, right, Obama, I believe Obama and Trump both warned the European Union, all of Europe about trusting that goddamn Russian gas. But once the war happened, right, all of a sudden that Russian gas supply became a little bit harder to get, right? And so then what ended up happening, right? All your energy costs started going up. What happens when your energy cost goes up, right? That means refrigerating food is more expensive. That means transportating food and supplies is more expensive, right? Because now like there's less energy, less fuel and stuff to go around. And it's just like, but the thing is that if you think about it, right, Russia and Ukraine shouldn't have impacted those two countries by themselves are far away enough from the European Union that you people shouldn't even, like, besides seeing it on the news, you shouldn't impact your day-to-day life. But because everything's so integrated more now than it was, in the past, that stuff like that is what Stuff like that is what like really crushes the world when it comes to inflation. I mean, that's just unfortunately what it is. I mean, there's some arguments about being self-sufficient, but the problem is just that like your overall quality of life and stuff will be drastically reduced if you try to be self-sufficient in everything, where like the rest of the world can be struck, destroyed by meteors, right? But you as a country have everything you need in your borders to be able to just continue on with life. I promise you that the things that you'll be doing in your country will never achieve the type of quality and heights that it would otherwise by sending off certain like low skill things to like other countries to do while you focus on more high skill things. That's always the big argument. So like so don't ever let, especially this, right? So don't ever let anybody tell you that all these other countries and stuff, all these poor nations like China, India, whatever, right, is stealing your jobs or whatever. Because what's really happening, especially if you're in a modern, like well-developed country, what's really happening is that your lowest level of goods or manufacturing processes for goods is being sent to these low-level places because obviously it would be cheaper. And then what you get left with the population, especially if your population's unemployment rate, I would argue, is like under 10%. 10% is crazy. Most people are like 5% and under, but let's just say 10%, right? If your unemployment rate for your country is under 10%, then what's really happening is just that your country is now becoming a place where your economic output, the things that you are making, are much more higher quality and much higher in its productive value versus what all these other low-level jobs and manufacturing and stuff that went to these other places, right? You don't need a bulk of your population sitting there mining, digging in the dirt, right? You can have some other country that has the same resources to do that, and then you can have your workers upskilling, education, training, or whatever to do more advanced things, like take those raw materials, right, and create semiconductors, transistors and chips and whatnot, stuff like that, right? Which in itself, right, is much higher in value than digging up rocks in the earth, right? Right. It's also cleaner for your country, and then your country will make more money doing that versus just digging in the ground. And so with that being said, right, so when you do this, right, so when a country does this, right, they their quality of life and everything that you're making, right, it's even, you can even argue, is even cheaper too, right, because your country's actually making the high end stuff, right, that everybody's going to want versus having to import it, right? You just import the raw materials. But then, of course, the problem happens, right? What happens when something happens with the supply chain and now those rare earth metals and stuff that you need get cut short, right? Well, now it's less supply, so less supply in order to make something means higher, demand is starting to outweigh the supply, and so now the stuff has to get more expensive, right? It's like 101 different ways to slice it. It just always boils down to that one thing, right? It's just a supply and demand. That's just all it is. It's not tied to anybody's currency. It's not necessarily tied to anybody's currency. Not necessarily tied to like what country is spending more money and not. If I'm not mistaken, the Chinese are spending so much money that they're having like a housing crisis, right? Where they have like, I guess, more homes than people to fill. I think Japan is doing that too, right? But you don't see that in itself like being directly tied to inflation, right? Even though we import so much shiny goods across the world. And then, like I said, it wasn't until after COVID, inflation started to hit, right? Even though the United States was spending trillions of dollars every single year, So I'm going to kind of get off my soapbox about that now, and let's move on. Let's see what else there is to kind of cover here. Donald Trump speaks to President Trump speaks to governors. Oh yeah, that's okay. I'm kind of done with that. Heated exchange. Oh yeah, so this is what I wanted to originally listen to. I saw the articles on this.
Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue because you'll never win another race. And it's just crazy. If you look at what happened with the boxing, if you look at what happened with the weightlifting numbers, where a record that hadn't been broken for 19 years.
We found the largest rare earth metal deposit in Sweden last year. It will supply Europe until 2070 or something, and our state company will extract it and sell it. See, exactly, right? So what's your country going to do, right? Your country is going to sit there, and the company in your country, right, going to go into Sweden. It's going to have the Sweden workers sit there and do the mining, all of the dirty digging work to do the mining, get the cancer, right? Because this stuff is particularly dangerous. Get your hands chopped off or inhale fumes or whatever, blah blah blah, right? Pay them for their work, send all that good special raw material to your country, and then what's your country going to do? Refine it, build it into very advanced, high-skilled products, right? So then your workforce becomes more educated, your workforce becomes more gets more income. I promise you, a lot more income than the people that's just digging the stuff out the ground. And now your country is also in a position to then export to other countries to make even more money, right? See, that's how these things, that's how these things work. And so that's really good, right? Because that'll have a lot of really positive economic boom for your country. So that's good. I'm happy to hear you guys got some hookups on some rare earth metals. I want to say here in the U.S., we found some deposit of like lithium or something somewhere. But the stuff isn't easy to the infrastructure part isn't easy to just prop up, right? You need a year or so, a couple of years to build it up. But once you got it, right, country, expect your quality of life and stuff within your country to drastically increase. Once you have the supply issue taken care of, right? Things then become so much cheaper once you have the supply, the necessary components to be made. People don't understand this, but if a meteor came and wrecked Taiwan, for example, right, or the Chinese was to invade Taiwan, that's a wrap. You think COVID was bad, and you think COVID was bad, right? If all of Taiwan was all of a sudden disappear, and Taiwan is the only place that's able, as of right now, is the only place that's able to make the super high level advanced computer chips. In Taiwan, I think they're 80 to 95% of the world's supply. Let me, don't take my word. Let me do a quick Google, right? I want to say Taiwan market share of advanced chips, right? 90%, over 90%. 90%. Taiwan manufactures over 90% of the world's most advanced chips and has a 68% market share of global chip production, right? So there's advanced chips, and then then you got your regular chips, right? Your advanced chips are your things that go into your high technological devices, your cell phones, laptops, desktop computers, really important machine, certain electronic components like Internet of Things, modems, cellular device, cell tower stuff, all that good stuff, right? And then your regular chips you could probably include chips that go into cars and stuff is probably advanced chips, especially if you get a more high-end car or a car with more features into it. But then there's also chips and things like your microwaves, your washing machines, stuff like that. So just think of it, right? Over 90% of the world's advanced chips, right? Taiwan disappears. Every single thing, right? Because it's not just the devices themselves, it's also the devices that make those devices, right? So, or the devices that also do things like in agriculture, right? Because there's a lot of technology in agriculture. That stuff gets more expensive, which then turns the agriculture more expensive, right? Your cell phones get more expensive. Your cars become more expensive. Your TVs, your washing machines, all that all just because poof, Taiwan disappear, right? And the supply chain for advanced chips, because they're the ones that's making most of them, is gone. Yeah, you're right. USA is doing something responsible by trying to make them in America. Taiwan would be the start of World War III if you don't start making. Yeah. This is true, and this is why, and that's why, during the, Trump has some good ideas. He just goes about it the most stupidest way possible. So being tough on China, cool, right? But that's why Biden sat there and passed the CHIPS Act to try and start making these chips in the U.S. Because again, right, that was one of the big things. COVID happened, supply chains got disrupted, Taiwan couldn't make the chips that it want. everything becomes more expensive, right? And then of course all the other stuff, all the other supply chains for other things then get disrupted, which, like I said, all that contributes. So, you know, having them made in America is super good. I want to say there's a lot of manufacturing movement happening to Mexico right now. And I think maybe in another decade or so, there'll probably be a lot more manufacturing movement that'll probably go into Africa, because I think Africa is like one of the very few countries left that has a decently high birth rate, meaning like they have like a lot more young people than a lot of these other countries are having, because you need a lot of young people to keep the system from collapsing on itself, which is why the Chinese are doomed. Because remember, the Chinese have like 1 billion people and they had the one child policy, so you got I think it's 10 old people or like one young person, and a system that relies on taxes and whatnot for working class people can't support that number does not work at all. And so then you get a very serious fiscal problem with how you're going to support all these super old people that can't work and provide any productivity to the economy, and you don't have enough young people to make up for that. So all this stuff is related. And see, the thing is that, again, right, because we're so more connected than we are apart, or like as we were in the past, right, all this stuff matters, and all this stuff impacts all of us. So we just got to roll the dice and see how it all lays out. We have a saying in Sweden: Trump takes 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards, meaning he says USA would take Gaza and assess back, never mind, leave it to Israel. Exactly, right? I really wish, because the thing is that like Trump, in my God honest opinion, Trump does a really good job bringing up things that people don't want to talk about or be afraid of, or are afraid to do, that really should be addressed, like the improper trade stuff with China compared to like other countries, right? Because to me, this would apply for any country, right? Like if I take Sweden for example, right? There's no reason why Sweden is selling a product to the Chinese, right, or let's say any other country, and that country charges tariffs on that product, but when that country sells that same type of product to your country doesn't charge any tariffs, right? And that becomes an unfair trade practice, right? And then there's the whole thing with the Chinese stealing intellectual property, or requiring you to partner with somebody who's just going to just steal your intellectual property because they'll have more direct access to it. It's stuff like that that's just like people didn't want to touch, but somebody got to say something, and that's just what it is. Taiwan won't start World War III. Hey, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Shamillion Eyes. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. But lost my train of thought. But yeah, like in unfair trade practices, NATO countries not, contributing more to military defense. Because the thing is that like, even if like let's pretend for a second we live in a world where like there was no question about the United States' commitment to NATO and whatnot, like Trump is sitting there doing now. I still find it kind of crazy that all these other countries aren't investing more into their defense when you live like so close to like the Russia that just literally just invaded a country for no good reason right next to it. Because like even if the United States was like that, oh yeah, they'll come and save us, like I hope these people realize that like there's still a delay. Like you don't just all of a sudden move like 100,000 troops and a lot of military equipment in the span of a couple of days. Whatever country like gets the initial attack is going to get wrecked something serious until obviously adequate and proper help spins up the come save you. So the more that the other countries invest in their self-defense and whatnot, I think the better. And at least like to the agreements that everybody made, right? If everybody agreed to 2% or 3% GDP, you should do what you need to in order to invest in that, right? How Trump is going about that, right? Obviously, I don't agree with, and like should never be the case, but it is what it is. So, okay, let's see what he got going on now.
Got shattered, but they put up 1/8 of an ounce here, 1/8 of an ounce there, and it's 218 pounds or whatever, a lot, and hadn't been broken in 19 years. And then guy walks up who transitioned. He transitioned, and he knocked out that record by about 100 pounds. That would be a record not going to be broken again in a long. So we put a ban on it, to protect women. I mean, the women, if you watch the Olympics, you had 2 transitioned people that were fighting in the women's boxing, that women's boxing category. And if you saw that, it was brutal.
This is exactly my problem right here. See, this is exactly my problem right here. You take one good point that I would argue most people would be in agreement with, right? If a guy transitioned, transition into their girl, and then they do a sport, and then in that sport they outperform significantly, like it's not even just marginally close, it's like significantly, right? We're like, okay, maybe we need to do something about this because this would not be necessarily fair. But then you conflate it to a different event where you don't even have any of the factual information to say that this is actually what happened, right? Because what we learned, and this was like, how many, is this like what, like a year? About like a little, I would say this is almost a year ago now, right? Because I forgot when the Olympics was, but it was sometime last year, right? That thing with the boxer thing was not only unsubstantiated, but people act like we don't have genetic anomalies. Just to be clear, right? The Olympics is all about genetic anomaly people, right? We do know these are all people, like you got your regular like football stars or track people or whatever across the world, and then you have the Olympics that's supposed to be the cream of the crop. These people that are like not only fine-tuned themselves, with physical training, but almost always a lot of them have genetic dispositions that give them some kind of advantage, right? Mike Phelps, Michael Phelps, whatever the guy's name is, the world-class swimmer. What was it? Is it Mike Phelps? I think it was Mike Phelps, right? Was it? Oof. Come on, Mike Phelps, right? Mike Phelps, perfect example, right? Most decorated Olympian all time. He has a genetic modification that allows his body to make less lactic acid than the regular human body, right? And for those of you that don't know, lactic acid is how your muscles communicate to your body that you're overusing your muscle, and that's where the exhaustion and the tiredness comes from, right? And that's what makes you tired. His body genetically is designed to produce a lot less of that than what the regular human body does. So what does that mean, right? That means that when he goes and swim, his body, he can keep doing the same repetitive actions, and his body will not get tired anywhere near as fast as a regular person, no matter how much training that person does. Okay? Because if you made all things equal, Mike Phelps will always beat the other person because he has a genetic anomaly, right? So when we speak about the Olympic boxer girl, right? I believe the boxer girl had it was either a huge elevated amount of testosterone, or she had an XY chromosome. Okay, I'm gonna just say this in case people don't know. Yes, women and men can be born with a different set of chromosomes than what you typically, like women have both X's and then men have XY, right? Right. There are women that can be born with XY chromosomes. They're called intersex, right? So I think intersex, right? Intersex chromosomes. Okay. People who are females have XX chromosomes. People who are intersex may have a mix of chromosomes such as XXY, or they have some cells that are XY and some cells that are XX, right? So what likely happened is that this woman, who is from a Muslim country, no less, okay? She's from a Muslim country. I assure you, of all the religions, Islam, so Muslims, would be the last place I would believe transgender stuff would just fly without a problem over there, without you getting stoned to death. Okay, right? This woman likely is one of those genetic anomaly people, right? Who sit there and because you can have women that are born with XY chromosomes, because I believe that's was some of the information that was leaking out. And there's more examples, not even just of intersex, but just of genetic anomalies, period. Like there was this one girl, I forgot what, a track runner, a black female track runner, right? She was banned from what was supposed to, because her body naturally, for a woman, has had all the invasive medical stuff to confirm that she's a woman. Her testosterone levels are way higher than the regular woman. Right? She's either, you can either say she's either injecting herself with testosterone, or her body genetically makes testosterone comparable, potentially, I don't know, I don't remember what the levels were, but you can argue comparable towards being more of a man than it is of a female. right? This stuff happens. So when you sit there, you take these natural, legitimate causes and you conflate it with bad things that are like a reasonable person would sit there and do, right? It discredits the whole thing, and then we go to this place where there's too much argument and nothing can really be done about it, because if we have it your way, you're attacking the legitimacy of all these people that just have natural genetic dispositions that you sit there, you apply to some people but not everybody, i.e. Michael Phelps, right? Nobody didn't care. Michael Phelps' body didn't produces less lactic acid to give him an unfair advantage, and they still let him go about his way. But then the moment a woman who happens to have XY chromosomes, who is a legitimate woman, sits there and she's, beats another woman, all of a sudden it's a problem, right? So then it becomes unfair. You either that, or you get the other thing, right? Where you get somebody who transitions, says, was a man, says a woman, and they crush the woman's record like a breeze. No regular woman is going to ever like compete with that. Look up Sweden ISK tax. It is becoming one of the best decisions we have made in a long time, and that's something your country should do too. Ooh, I'm excited now. All right, let's see. ISK tax Sweden. Sweden is known for high taxes, but since 2012, the ISK regime has allowed Swedish tax residents to hold listed securities with a low flat annual tax instead of the standard 30% capital gains tax. Since 2025, holdings up to 150,000 SEK are completely tax-free under this regime. Okay, this is something I probably would want to read more. Hold on. Just checking my phone real quick for any notifications. Okay, so more of my Chinese goods that I ordered have just made it onto U.S. soil. I ordered a bunch of stuff. I said we're trying to avoid those those tariffs. Buy your Chinese goods now while you can. Well, that stuff gets, well, you're in Sweden, so it probably don't really matter too much for you. But all right, let's figure out what this ISK thing is here. Sweden's, so this is what I just read. This is what I just read. Okay, here we go. ISK offers a simple and tax-efficient way to invest, but it also has limitations such as the inability to deduct losses. Interesting. Let's see. I believe you have Roth IRA or something. We have it's traditional and Roth IRA. There's a I think a third thing too. I can't remember what it's called, but it's just basically traditional Roth, and traditional meaning like traditional being pre-tax. So like if you make, let's say you make $1,000 and you put $500 to your traditional Roth. Well, the way it works is that then the taxes you pay, because let's say like you pay 10% taxes, right? And you made $1,000, right? So that means you would owe $100 in taxes then, right? Once you get your $1,000 check. Well, with the traditional Roth, right? Let's say I put $500 into my traditional Roth, traditional being pre-tax. So that means that I get the $1,000 before taxes is applied. Those $500 leaves my account to go into my traditional Roth, and then I only pay taxes on what I have left. So the $500. So now instead of $100 in taxes, I'm paying only $50, right? So it's less of a tax burden for me, and I'm basically saving my money. The only thing is just that when you retire or you go to pull that traditional Roth money, you still have to pay taxes on it. And so the only big benefit to that is just only when you either you're really close to hitting a tax bracket and you want to like try to bump yourself underneath that by just sending some pre-tax money like to a traditional account to bring yourself under, or B, you're in a really high tax bracket now, right? And so like you want to put as much money as you can in traditional Roth so that when you retire and you're not working anymore, the money that you pay on the traditional Roth puts you in a lower tax bracket. You still got to pay taxes on it, but it'll be dependent on like how much money you're making now at that point in time. So, which, I'm not a financial expert, but that's just what it is. And then Roth just being that this is after taxes, right? So like, I get the $1,000, I pay my 10%. So I, give $100 in taxes, and then I send $500 of whatever I have, at that time left to the Roth, and whatever money that is made using the Roth money. So like when I invest that Roth money into like the stock market or stuff, and let's say like it blows up or whatever, it's still tax free. So that money is tax free, and I don't have to pay any taxes on it. So those are the two systems with how those work. So I'm interested in see how any of this stuff here works. So inability to deduct losses would put that um possibly around like maybe the way traditional Roths go. I don't remember if like you deduct losses in the retirement accounts. I know you do for regular investment accounts. Like I deduct losses. Like if I sell something at a loss and I don't as long as I don't do a wash sale where I rebuy it within 30 days, right? Then I can like count it as a loss, which goes against my income. So that's that. But if you're not able to do that, I guess this makes it more of a, maybe this is really more meant to be of an investment or retirement account versus like a regular investment account. So that's interesting. Let's see. Additionally, international tax considerations may arise for individuals subject to taxation in multiple countries, maybe making proper tax planning essential. The regime has received some criticism for being similar to tax rules of so-called tax havens. Well, okay. Well, I'm sure we'll find out when we read it, but I imagine this is available to Swedish people, not just anybody. It'd be really strange if this is available to like corporations and businesses. This sounds like something that would be only available for like people in who actually live in Sweden. So in that case, that'd be a far cry from calling it a tax haven. But okay. Capital tax in Sweden, the main rule. Sweden's ordinary tax rules implies the capital income, dividends, interest, blah, 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 and listed securities is subject to the Swedish capital gains tax at 30%. Capital gains are calculated using the cost average method. In Sweden, there is no such thing as long-term capital gains. Like in America, instead, all capital income or gains from listed securities are taxed with the 30% tax. Oh yeah, so that's another thing too. So like in America, right, we have a short, it's basically like short-term, long-term. If I invest in something and then I sell it, and let's say I make money from selling it, right? I would pay two different tax rates depending on how long I've had it. If I had my investment for under a year, I believe it's like 30% or maybe 20. It is pretty high. If I sell something that I only held for less than a year, I pay a much higher tax than I would if I kept it for at least a year and then sold it. So that's what they mean by the long-term capital's gain in America. How does the ISK tax regime work? However, the so-called ISK tax regime was implemented during 2012. A Swedish tax resident can opt for opening a special ISK account at the Swedish bank, which implies that holdings of the ISK account will be taxed in accordance with the ISK tax regime. So how does the ISK tax regime work? Instead of taxing each event, such as dividend distribution or capital gain, the total market value of securities held in an ISK account is subject to an annual lump sum. The flat lump sum tax amount is, I'm assuming this is a period. I never understood why people use commas. It just throws everything off so much. But 0.88% for 2025, which is a very beneficial tax rate compared to the ordinary tax of 30%. Yeah, like if this is 0.8%, like this is phenomenal. Since 2025, the first 150,000 SEK, which I'm assuming is Swedish, that must be the Swedish currency, and the ISK account is totally tax-free. Okay, how much is, let me see how much is that in USD. Just curious. SEK. Hold on. Hold on, I see your message. 1 second. Only Swedish people, and there's a maximum of 1 million USD. Oh wait, maximum. They have a cap for how much money you can have in it. That's interesting. But 150. Okay, so 150,000. Yeah, so 150,000 Swedish money is about $14,000 in the United States. Okay, that's cool. And in 2026, this threshold will increase to 300,000. Yeah, so almost $30,000. Yeah, almost. Which I'm sure in Swedish cost of living, whatever, that's probably a lot of money. The Swedish government introduced these tax cuts to stimulate savings and long-term investments of private individuals. Ordinary taxation, flat. And then the thing is that I really like what they did here because what it is, because we had that crazy plan. Somebody in our government was recommending a plan, something like this, on taxing unrealized gains, which is a horrible idea. So I like this approach better, where like you get a very, very low flat tax rate on the money in your investment account. Um, I mean, regardless of like if you actually claimed it or not. Because right now, like the investment accounts, right? That tax thing I was talking about, like whether you pay for it or you don't. I'm sorry, you sell it within a year or you sell it later than that, right? You only pay that's the only time you pay taxes, right? So like if I was to all of a sudden invest $1 million into an investment account, and then let's say I was super lucky and I got the right thing, and that investment swells up to like 10 million or $20 million, right? I'm still not paying taxes on any of that until I actually decide to sell it, and actually then, which is called realizing the gain, and then actually physically get the money. That's the only time I paid a tax on it. And one of the things is that, on at face value, that sounds like it would make sense, right? You wouldn't want to be paying taxes for something that you don't even physically have, right? Because like if I made $20 million and I had to pay taxes on it and I didn't sell it, I definitely wouldn't have the money to pay a tax of however much it would be on a $20 million value, right? That would really ruin me. I would have to then sell some of that in order to cover the tax, which would be crazy. But so it makes sense on face value, but I think the big argument about it was that you could get around this by then borrowing against your investment account. So let's say in that scenario, I now have $20 million, right, in that investment account. If I want to have access to it, for the normal person, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, you're going to have to sell it. You're selling your investment account, basically withdraw the money in order to have access to it. But then I'd have to pay taxes on it. What I can just do instead is I can borrow against it. So if I want to have access to that capital and not pay taxes on it, then I would borrow the $20 million against whatever is the corporation or, system that you're using to like manage your investments or whatever. I would borrow the $20 million so that I could then take it and do whatever it is I want with it without having to pay those taxes, and then potentially make even more money because I have access to so much money that is basically tax free, right? I don't have to pay any taxes on it. And then I can sit there and then, depending on the things I invest, I can then write that the money that I'm spending in future investments, I can then write that off as expenses and costs, right? So I can reduce further my taxable income while still making more money to then pay back to the other account. It's like really crazy. It's like when you gain the system like that, it's like, okay, that's where like these like really hard scenarios come into play. It's very easy to manage because I don't have to plan on how to avoid paying my taxes. I only want to focus on which investments will benefit me long term, not having to think of short term market moves. Yeah, exactly. I really like where they're going with this so far. So let's go ahead and just finish reading the rest of this. Let's see. However, one should note that no deductions is granted. Oh yeah, and that's the thing we just read, right? And this is what I was just talking about the deductions thing, right? So like when I invest in something, if I lose money and I realize that gain, right? So let's say I invest $1 million and I lose 500,000, right, into the investment, right? I can write that off of my taxes. So like I can take that $500,000 loss and put it towards my tax burden. And the nice thing too is that if I'm not mistaken, right, not a financial expert, not a tax expert per se, right, but like there's a cap, but the thing is that it allows a carryover. So so what ends up happening is let's pretend, for example, like the cap is 100. It's actually much lower than that, but let's say it's $100,000 and I had a $500,000 loss, right? Well, now because the cap is that 100,000, that means it's going to take me 5 years to use up the whole $500,000 loss, right? So that means for the next 5 years, right, as long as I don't make more than $100,000, basically, I'm basically able to, like, whatever money I'm making is tax free, right? I'm not paying any taxes whatsoever because of how substantial that tax loss was that I got to deduct. So, but I doubt like people in Sweden are like really pinching for stuff like that over there. But who knows? All right, so let's see. So, however, one should note that no deduction is granted in relation to capital loss made in the ISK. This implies that a person would be subject to the annual ISK tax, even if the person made big losses in his ISK account during the year, contrary to how capital losses would be treated in ordinary brokerage account taxed under the main rules. So the only one question I would have about this is just the tax rate, if that's applied to your balance at that time, end of year, right? So like, let's say December 31st, whatever your balance is on that day is what you get taxed at, versus like throughout the year, like your balance was at $1 million and now you're at 700,000 by the end of the year. But then at the end of the year, they tax you at your high point, which is $1 million. More than likely, it's probably maybe at that time, I would hope. Or maybe they might do those special things like credit cards too, where like it's a secret daily interest rate that's applied. So like it tracks your balance day to day, but you don't actually get to see the interest that's applied until like the end of the month. But that balance that's applied is actually in relation to like the tax rate or the interest rate that's being applied every single day, which is like some fractional thing, right? If you have a 22% APR, you divide that, I think like what, by 12 and then by 30, right, to get your daily interest rate, something like that. Don't quote me on that, but it's something really close to that. Let's see, international tax aspects. Let's just read this one more paragraph. So international tax aspects of ISK, the unique treatment of ISK account can sometimes lead to issues if the holder of the account is subject to a tax claim of also another country than Sweden. If this situation occurs, a detailed assessment must be made of the person's tax treaty residency in accordance with the tax treaty between Sweden and the other country of residence. Sometimes there are interesting tax optimization strategies available. So I like this part right here. Let me read your message, see what's going on. Oh, hold on. I got somebody with a ban in a second. Yeah, it's calculated every Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Oh, okay, so they do it 4 times out the year based off the balance. Okay, that's interesting. Let me just real quick. No, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, just bear with me one quick second here. Those if I had to guess, it have to be Russian bots. I'm gonna just say they're Russian bots. Of all stuff here. Let me stream manager. Let me hold on. Dun, 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 dun. I'm curious if he'll do it too. Hopefully I fixed it. Let's see. What's that? Darling. This person. Let's see. Hopefully I fixed it. Let's see. Does it do it? Does it do it?
You triggered my trap card!
And it works. That's what I wanted to see. That's why I was just excited for it. Because I put a lot of work into that. And then my text woes just tend to give me doing stuff like that very, very complicated to do. All right, now let's get back to it. Sometimes there are so this part here too, because some countries do have tax agreements. So like if you have dual residency, for example, I am honestly not too familiar with like how a lot of those laws are written, but there would be something along the lines of like basically like if you pay taxes in another country too because you have dual residency, right? The United States will calculate how much taxes you would have owed here, and then they would offset it with however much taxes you paid in your country. So like if you would have owed $100,000 in taxes, but you paid $120,000 in your country, right? Then obviously you won't tax you anything. But then of course, if it's shorter, then maybe we might say, well, you need to pay like $20,000, right? Something like that. But like I said, I'm actually not too familiar with how most of those countries kind of have that written. All right, let's finish this up. Potential pitfalls of ISK holders. One should be aware the ISK tax regime does not apply to holdings of a personal company or a smaller business. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I was like, I don't know why there would be a criticism about a tax haven if this is strictly just for people. Like this is not like, I mean, I guess like if a rich person wanted to get a residency in Sweden so they could have like a tax rate, but then again, but they have it explicitly coded that if you're in a situation where you're taxable in another country, right, you'll have to yeah, you'll the like special rules apply. Oh, I think I skipped this paragraph, but sometimes let me read your comment. The only downside is that if you buy like index funds, S&P 500, for example, right, and the market goes down 5% every year, you still pay the 0.8% of balance every year. Yeah. So like yeah, so assuming like what you're telling me about like the quarter thing, so Q1, 2, 3, and 4. So like if say if there was a particularly bad year, you start off $100,000 at Q1, you pay taxes on it. S&P goes down, right? Now like your account is like, instead of 100,000, it's like 80,000, right? But it sounds like you would just pay taxes then on the $80,000. And then Q3, and let's say it continues to go down to $60,000, then you pay the taxes on the $60,000, right? That can be very hard, to be quite honest, and I don't know too much about how it works, but like even just having to pay a tax on the value period, in my mind, is the reason why that example I gave about like paying taxes on unrealized gains. Like if my account went to 20 million, I had to pay taxes on it without having had pulled the money out, where I'd be in a bad spot. I would be curious to see like how bad things could get if somebody basically struck oil or struck gold, as they would say, and their account value goes so high up that the interest rate that you pay is very substantial against like whatever form of income you have at the time. So like kind of to your point about like, if the market kept going down, I can see that as, as a thing, because it would suck that you're paying money and it seems like you're still losing money. So it's like, not only you coming out of your pocket to pay taxes on this, but it's like you're literally watching your savings just evaporate away because the economy is going bad or whatever, right? I would think that it would even be more dangerous if like the economy was doing crazy good with regards to your investment account, where like it was skyrocketing in value, and so like the interest burden would be like harsher and harsher. And I don't know, like, cost of living and stuff over there, but like to then have like a aggressively increase in tax that you have to pay every quarter. It's not like your job is giving you a raise every quarter, I'd imagine, right, to compensate for that. But this is also why I think is good that they set it so low. So if I just wanted to do the numbers real quick, I'm assuming that flat tax rate is what's being applied quarterly, like you said, Q1 through 4, and not annually. So that would mean that would be over a 3-month period. So if I had $100,000, right, and then but they also said that the first 15,000, right, it was the first 150,000 is tax free. Oh, so never mind. So I would need to have, let's do, yeah. So I would need to do, because it's not 2026 yet, right? I would need to have $200,000 in my account. Right, 150,000 of that is tax free, and then I pay the it's 0.8%. So that would be 0.08, right, which would represent 8%, right? Because then this number would be, see, this is why I hate the comma thing, because it makes it so hard, because I don't know if that's 0.8%. Well, no, it would be 0.8%. Yeah, so it would be less than 1%, right? Less than 1% in taxes, right? So yeah, I'm right. I'm just sorry. I hate maths with a passion, especially when I see things I'm not too familiar with. Yeah, so it'd be 0.08 would be the number, and there we go. Whew. 4,000 SEK. That's how much. That can't be right. Am I doing that right? Is that really case? That is right? Yeah, because it'd be 0.08 would represent 8%. Right? See, this is what's throwing me off. Unless they mean 0.08%, which would then be, I feel like I'm not doing the number right, and it's just because the comma is like really, really throwing me off. Because if this is supposed to be like, Notepad. Yeah. Just the notepad real quick, right? The way this is written, I feel like I'm not doing it right. The way this is written makes it seem like they're telling me it's this much is how much you're paying in taxes. 8%, right? Is what initially what that would look like. I'm sorry, 0.8%, right? Would be 0.8%. So I am doing it right? So it's a fractional. So it'd be less than 1 because this would be actually 8%. Okay, yeah, so I am doing it wrong. Okay, there we go. See, I just needed to walk through it in my mind to realize like I'm just retarded. I'm like that seems like really high to pay 4,000 Swedish dollars in taxes. So this would actually be to be less than 1%. Oh, I would just add an extra 0 then. Yeah. So it'd just be, this would be that. So then I add an extra 0 and then do 8, I believe is what that is. If you have like 100,000 USD, you will pay like $800 in taxes. So wait, so was the original way I was doing it, was that actually right then? Or 100,000? I'm gonna assume like it was like SEC, but because I feel like this is not supposed to be, but like these goddamn commas, right? Because this, I feel like, right? Because I feel like this is less than 1%, so it would be further than the second decimal place, right? It would be further than the second decimal place, so it would be, oh yeah. So then I think actually, no, actually I think you're right. So what I would actually need to do is, if I was to do, right, because it's 50,000, right? Because the first 150 is tax free. Actually, yeah, I did actually too many zeros, right? So this is 1% right here. So that would be 1%, and so then I add the 8, right, which would then put it there. And if I want to be technical, it's 888. So I guess it would be more like that. $444. Okay. Now we're actually, I feel like now we're actually hitting where the actual number is. So $444, that's not and on the gains is of the total value of the account. Yeah. Well, that can't be right? It can't be the total. It would have to be the total value minus what your government says is discounted, right? Because they said that the first 150,000 of it in your account is tax free, so you would pay the total value minus that discounted amount, right? So like so I give it like in the United States, for example, like our regular tax rate. So if I do tax bracket in the US, I don't know, like it's probably like really close, the same thing in Sweden. Let's do tax bracket 2025, and let me just use our actual government. I want the actual chart. The chart is a little bit prettier. Oh God, I thought the IRS had a thing. IRS. I get the same thing. You know what? 2024. Maybe it's probably because of just doing, there we go. This is what I wanted. All right, because this is much easier to like visually show, right? So like the way we do taxes, right? So we have these tax brackets here, right? Where like if you're making, like, let's say you're making $50,000 a year, right? If you're making $50,000 a year, you're in this 22% tax bracket, right? Which covers people between this $47,000 and $100,000. But the way the taxes is actually applied is it's a tier system where we do 10% on this amount first, then we'll do 12% on the amount, like however much money is in between here and here, before we then get to like the tax bracket you're actually in, where you're then paying your 22% on whatever's left. So like, and that's why I was looking for this chart specifically, because it breaks it down. So like this portion on your money will get taxed at the 10%. So you pay 10% on that tax, then you pay 12% on this portion of your money. So this overall is a lot less taxes than if you was just paying 22% just across the board period because you're in this tax bracket. So when I read this ISK, that's like what I envisioned is what they meant by this was that like you get the total value account. Like if you had $1 million, well, they would discount this amount first. So 2026 would be this amount, and then you pay the actual tax on whatever's remainder from that. So let me see what you was typing. Oh, hold on. No, my mouse.
Hell yeah! A brother just hopped on the train for our Twitch movement. Better be speaking some damn English, motherfucker.
Appreciate the follow. So let's see. So 1 million Swedish money is 150,000. So 0.8%, 750 on the tax is the tax for 1 million Swedish dollars. That is quite a lot. And let's see, 6,000 SEK. So Swedish money tax for 1 million. Yeah, that's an incredible amount of money. That's why I hope that that's not what it is. I'm hoping that first off that it's that the calculation was kind of correct, because I feel like you guys would get wrecked something crazy if it was where'd my calculator history go? Gosh, the bastards. I'm hoping that that instead of this, because this is actually it's really tricky like how math does it. This is 80%, right? Because 100% of something is a perfect 1.0, right? So like if I wanted 100% of $10, right? That's 100%. So that means I have another $10. So, like 1 times 10 will give me 10. So that, because I'm asking for 100%. 0.8 is 80%. So that's why this comma thing just throws it off. I hate the comma, but that's why I really think what it's supposed to be is I think it's supposed to be this. Well, and technically really this is what I really think is what it's supposed to be, but I don't know, right? I'm not like how they actually present this, but that's what that sounds like to me, because to do 0.8 is technically 80%. So that's almost the entire value of the account you're paying in taxes, which would be crazy. You're just trying to move that. Yeah. See, so 0.8%, 0.8%, is technically 80%. It just doesn't look like that because how weird math is when it presents the numbers to you. But that's damn near almost the entire value of the account, and I don't think that that's what that's supposed to be. I think if anything, it's either this because this would be the actual 0.8%, what is represented in percentage points, or what I really think, just based off of how this is presented to me, is actually like this. So if I did 1 million. If I did 1 million times, first let's do this, right? Well, first off, because if it was really this, which would be 80%, you'd be paying $800,000, right? So you have a $1 million account and you have to pay $800,000 in taxes. I don't think that's how that doesn't sound like that's how that works. But if I did this, which still isn't necessarily right, because that's 8%, and I think it's less than a percent, $80,000, which is substantial. I don't as a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, $80,000. That's even crazy, because I think that's more. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. Yeah, 80,000, right? $80,000 Swedish dollars is $7,000. That's almost 3 times the money that over half the population of the United States makes in a given month. I don't know. I really don't think that that's what is being paid in taxes. So this is why, because I had it in a different thing. That's why I opened up a new calculator. The bastards. Right? That's why I really think it got rid of it. That's why I really think it's actually this number. I really think it's this, where it's 00888, which would be in line with kind of close to how this is being presented to me. which on $1 million account would be $8,000, 8,000 Swedish dollars, which is still a lot, right? And this isn't discounting the what is it, the balance, which is what I think it's doing, right? So minus the 150, and then I multiply that by the number that I think it is, and it's 7,000, which is still high, but not that bad. You know, it's still pretty high, but it's not that bad. But no, this is really good. I really appreciate you kind of like pointing us to this, because it's always really nice, and I always appreciate learning how other countries do things, because I really do feel like you can learn a lot on like how other countries kind of handle like challenges and problems with certain stuff. And let me move this over here. The thing is, a normal salary. You already paid like 300,000 Swedish money in taxes. So adding 5,000 feels like it is a tax. It is tax free to own stocks. Okay, yeah, I see. Search in Google. So 0.88% of a million. Sure. But 88. Where'd my percent button go? Of 1 million, right? You can, of 1 million is 808. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It's nearly the value, the entire value of your stock account. I really don't think that you're paying almost the entire value of your investment. It's because then at that point there's no point in investing, because if I put money in this account and it's let's say it's $1 million, right? That's $1 million that the whole point is for me to have access to most of that money minus whatever fees or something. If I'm paying almost, and don't forget the tax, right? Like you said, the tax is quarterly. So like if I'm paying almost the entire value just in the first quarter, that means that in the second quarter, right, I'm paying a total, right? So 880. Right? If we do the math, that means in the second quarter, assuming the value didn't change, right? Because this is just money that I'm just paying directly to it, right? So if it was 880,000, right? That means in the second quarter, I would have paid more than the balance I have an investment account. And at that point, there is no point in having an investment if I'm going to have to pay that much, right? Why would I invest in something that I then have to pay more money than what's in the account in order to keep it? That makes no sense. I might as well just keep it in my bank account. I really might as well just keep that money in my bank account then. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't think it's this, because this 0.88 is actually, when you convert it in percentage, you're basically saying 88%. This is what you're saying in percentage points. 0.888 is being represented as 88% in percentage points. So that's why I'm like, this is not correct. I'm pretty sure it should be something along the lines of like this. For what the Ice Cave was doing, 6,800 USD in taxes for owning 1 million USD in stocks, right? I'm assuming we're still using the Swedish pounds here. Bastards, come on, right? So again, right? So if I have 1 million, wait, don't I have this in history? Yeah. So then I was right? Because like if you're paying like close to $7,000, right? So then and then this is before I did the discount, right? So if I did the million, right, plus the discount that the law says that you guys have, which they let you get the first 150,000 completely tax free, is really this amount then, and then I pay this. And I get a little closer, not quite exactly, but so it's definitely, I can say this, whatever it is, it definitely isn't this. It definitely isn't this amount. So that's for sure. What time is it? Holy crap, it's almost 5 a.m. and I'm still up. Jeez. My man's has me on an adventure. Let's finish up this video. I most certainly have to go to sleep. Otherwise, I'ma be wrecked. I got stuff to do. All right, later in the day. So let's finish this video up.
What happened to the Italians were fighting in the women's boxing? They have women's boxing category. And if you saw that, it was brutal. What happened to the Italian woman was a really good boxer. After one punch, she said, no more. I've never been hit. It was a left. It was not even it was just a left jab. She got hit so hard, she said, I can't do it. They forced her to go out. No, go out again. You'll do it. Goes out again, gets hit again. No, that's it. She didn't want to die. And that's crazy. But the NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
Well, we are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state has a responsibility to comply with Title IX. They have an obligation, a legal obligation, and we'll be enforcing aggressively. And we're going to be protecting our citizens. We're going to protect.
Did she actually say? Did she actually say? Because I think the article said that she made a response and said that you're not the federal law. Oh yeah, she said, "Well, I am the federal law."
Comply with it.
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
Well, we are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get it.
I as unaudible. I can't hear it. So I guess maybe the articles might have been I guess the articles might have been juicing that up. But I mean, as far as I read, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as she's complying with state and federal laws, because executive orders is not federal, it's not law. Like it's just not law. Like the president, the president can't sign an executive order to make it with the same like force and power of a law passed by the entire branch of government, the legislative branch and whatnot, right? There's still a process for making laws. One person doesn't just get a piece of paper, write some stuff on it, sign it, and say this is now the thing that everybody has to comply with, right? That doesn't apply in most cases. So let me see. You say, yeah, you are correct, but it's almost free to own stocks, which is crazy in a country where we pay almost 40 to 50% income tax. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, so I was like, there's no way it could be that high. But yeah, it's really cool. I really do like that system. And 40 to 50% income tax is pretty high. I will say that. But don't you guys have like really nice quality of life? Don't you have like really good schools? Because like you guys don't squander your money like we do. So don't you guys like don't I do quality of life. My God, why is my spelling trash today? Quality of life, Sweden, isn't it? Sweden is considered to have a very high quality of life, constantly ranking among the top countries globally in terms like healthcare, education, safety, environmental quality, social welfare, and overall life satisfaction, right? I'm sure you could tell me if this is necessarily true or not. Well, I think to be fair, maybe it might be a little bit biased. I don't know, like if you spent how much time you spent maybe living in other countries. Like I spent some time, I spent long enough living, I guess you could say, right? I spent enough time like living in, I want to say only 2 countries, but one was like in Africa, the other one was like in the Middle East. And, I mean, quality of life, I wouldn't I wouldn't push it. I wouldn't say this like much to be sought. Like the United States has a pretty decent quality of life, but it's definitely not like, perfect by any means. And if I recall correctly, like from the things that I used to hear, right, I thought Sweden was like really up there, like some of the most best places to live on the planet in terms of like these things, in terms of like all the things that actually matter to like being alive, So income, jobs, education, let's see, yeah, which the biggest thing being the health, environment, and education, right? Can't have stupid people, because if you have stupid people, you end up in a situation like we are in the United States, where half the voting based population doesn't want to care too much about facts, or or they care, but they'll disregard it when it doesn't benefit like their own purposes, which is not good. That's not how you keep the longevity of a country going. When asked to rate their journal, Sweden average grade is 7.3. Let's see. It's somewhat true. I've been to Spain, Estonia, Finland, Bulgaria, Norway, Germany, but I would say we have the cleanest streets and good healthcare. Schools are getting worse with kids' behaviors these days. Yeah. But that's really cool. It's cool that you've been like all those places. Like I haven't lived long term in many, only about like 2. But even just visiting, I haven't visited more than I think like 4. So yeah, I haven't visited like more than 4. So that's really cool. It's cool that you got to like jump around. But yeah, I'd imagine. But like children behavior. I argue that that's really more so of a parental thing. So like the population's parents need to step up and kind of like rein those children and teach them proper behavior. If you leave it up to the school system, you're just asking for trouble. I live in a town of 100,000 population, and I guess we have like less than 10 homeless. Oh my gosh, but like I said, you see, and the thing is, if you think about it, right, like remember what I say, right? United States government budget, $6.5 trillion is what we spend in our government, right? And like I said, you can go to any state, any state, and there's always a particular pace where like like there's a homeless person like a stone toss away from every stone that you toss. So see, that's what I goes to show you. Like it's more so about what the country is doing, versus just the amount of money they just have access to, right? Norway is like 4 hours away. Finland is 8 hours. Europeans travel more easily. Flight cost Sweden to Spain is like $50. I bet. Yeah, like our big, our greatest asset, which is like our biggest detrimental, is these ginormous oceans that covers us here in the United States. Plus, like, it's all about capitalism over here. So like, all these flights and stuff are just hella expensive to begin with. $50 is outrageous. Like just to go from one state to another, I can pay like $200 to $300. I prefer driving anyway, because like I have a Prius, which is a hybrid car, and like it holds like 10 gallons of gas, but I can get like 500 miles on it. So like instead of paying like a $300 to $500 ticket to go somewhere, if I'm willing to drive the hours, right, I can pay like maybe around like $40 to $60 in gas to get there. So that's that. Let's finish this. Finish it.
By the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there,
we did finish it. Okay, yeah. So we don't even need to. We don't even need to do it yet. So let's see. Let me just read some comments real quick. Make America normal again. Maine needs a couple thousand ICE agents. Mills should box a man. I don't even know what that means. Really enjoy seeing that she is going straight to the View, where she will be hailed as a modern day hero. That was not a heated exchange, but a frank discussion. I can't believe that people are fighting this. Watching that gave me the warmest feeling in my soul. Love from UK. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, it's just a lot of mixed comments in here. Okay, before we go, let's just do a quick look at some news headlines to see what's going on. Oh, he's still alive. Okay, because I was looking like it was, at first you had like the the Pope. The Pope had he had like some kind of lung infection or something, and it was like it started with a lung infection to then being like critical condition. And I was like, damn, I think the Pope about to get packed up. No, I could block that. Yeah, I think the Pope about to be he about to see the man he'd been following for many years, but it looked like he's still kicking, so that's good. Good on him. Let's see. Like you driving from Minnesota to Wisconsin is the same as me driving from Sweden to Norway, but the change of people and architecture is way more than America. Yeah, people are like cheap over here. I always had a problem with the architect, because it just seems like we're literally like copying and pasting like road designs or house designs like across like mass swaths of land. I really wish we had a thing where like at least state by state, which I mean you can get it in some states, like the buildings in New York are nothing like the buildings in like New Mexico, for example, right? But I just really wish that like at least like big parts of geography within a state wasn't so mirrored across across that whole state or across the country, really. Like all the buildings being designed more or less the same, highways being designed more or less the same, um subways, all that stuff. I do wish we had a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for, uniqueness, to it. So let's see. So the Pope's still alive, so that's good. I didn't think the man was gonna make it, but it's a good thing he did. Hotel boasting private beaches offering week long. I went to this. This might have been one of the hotels I went to. But the Egyptians have like some really nice hotels, man. They are amazing. They are amazing. Boris is where I'm from. We bought the cotton from South States. We get a lot of hate for that removing. We get a. Let me read this one more time. Boris is where I'm from. We bought the cotton from the southern states, and we get a lot of hate for that. We get a lot of hate. You say we get a lot of hate. So what do you guys get for removing statues? Are you saying like in your own country for removing statues and stuff like that, or just like, or maybe just in general of like, I guess, doing business with the southern part of the United States and in the States removing statues and stuff? You'll have to like kind of retell me that one so I can understand what exactly you're. I want to know who's getting the hate. You for doing business in the United States, or you for your country doing certain things that you may or may not support. Let me see. Elon Musk faces legal threat over a federal worker ultimatum. Elon Musk says bar is very low after ordering federal employees to fill out productivity report or resign. I don't feel like getting into that. We might talk about that like the next time we stream, because like there's so much more to this than just having somebody tell you like what you did for an entire week, right? That's not a skill. Like at the way it's presented, you would think it's like something, oh yeah, everybody should be able to do. But for you to be able to quantify and actually keep track of the specific numbers, the specific tasks you're doing, especially if you're particularly busy or you're particularly dealing with nuanced things, it'd be very quick and easy for you to like, unless you're writing it down, to like it's just a whole lot of stuff. So I'm not even. That'll be another time. Israel delays Palestinian prisoner release as hostages freed. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I think Israel's trying so hard to provoke them boys. This is crazy to see. A test for new Apple's iPhone beating Chinese rivals with foam field edge. Oh, that's cool. Fires military top jaguars in pursuit of warrior ethos. Oh, really? This will be interesting. GPU-Z 2.63 brings support for Radeon 9070 series. It has saved 55 billion. I know they were lying. Let's see. Yeah, we bought the cotton from the southern states during pre-Civil War, and we made a lot of money. And they made statues showing, of the wealth, and the leftists and the communists destroyed the statues, trying to remove history. Oh, okay. So like, you guys was buying money from the South during slavery and everything, and if I understand this correctly, then your country then started erecting statues. In relation to like, the times back then, and then started having those tore down. Let's see. They made statues showing the wealth, and the leftists and the communists destroyed the statues, trying to remove history. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I am right about that interpretation, just based off of once I reread it a second time. Yeah. So you guys bought money from the South, did the slavery money or slavery products, and then started building statues and stuff, and then like the left side of your country then like what do they call it, like Nazi on you, and then started like destroying all of your statues and stuff that were related to that time in history. Okay. I'm honestly a bit conflicted about doing stuff like that, because on one hand, I can appreciate and understand why Germany did it with their statues and stuff, for obvious reasons. But then on the other hand, I also like totally understand the whole history thing. And then I hate being like oh god, what's it called when you're just edging on just trying to be a centrist and like do both sides and not want to take a side. Like I hate trying to like be a middleman and be like, oh well, maybe they should only take some down and move others into museums or something to properly record the history and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a bit conflicted. I haven't really like even put too much thought on like where the yeah or nay on what it should be, right? Because I said on one hand, there's really good reasons to remove it, like how Germany did it, and then on the other hand, right, knocking down everything historical about the country is also like pretty problematic. So, yeah, that does suck. This is our country, and we have no other. Yellow celebrity hairstyle, blah, blah, blah. Its own UN resolution marking anniversary of war in Ukraine after refusing to back European statement. What? There is no way. Oh, wait. I think they're just really just talking. Let me just read this real quick. Derived the military laws for war crime prosecutions, battle for rules of engagement. I'll have to read this another time because it's just, I released something. Yeah, we'll just read this another time. Won't be today. It'll be another day. U.S. proposes on UN resolution marking anniversary of war in Ukraine after. Now, if the articles are to be believed, I remember reading that the United States was pressuring Ukraine to argue against the UN resolution that blamed Russia for the invasion. They wanted the Ukrainians to put pressure to take that language out of the UN resolution, which to me is like crazy. So I'd be really curious to see what the U.S. proposed itself. Has proposed its own UN resolution marking blah blah blah. Secretary described it as a simple historic resolution that we urge all members states to support in order to chart a path to peace. The draft U.S. resolution does not condemn Russia as the aggressor and conflict, nor does it make any acknowledgments of Ukraine's territorial integrity. That's crazy. I don't even feel like you're reading that because that in itself is just crazy, right? That does not even have one of those things. Outrageous, bro. I'm telling you, I hope to God the world can hold on for 2 years, right? I'm really happy all this is being seen for what it is because I promise you the 2026 elections congressionally, right, is going to flip Democratic. I can almost, unless the only thing which I could tell you was spell the doom of the world is with Trump now having like so much more consolidated power. I doubt he would go through this. And I hope that if he does, that there's still some remnants of real good people left in the government that would obviously make significant strong moves against this. I hope he doesn't then start to try and fabricate or order the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA to begin fabricating or putting their thumbs on things to sway elections. That's when there's going to be a serious problem. That's when there will be a serious problem. So we'll see. Ukraine is the food bank for all of Europe. They make our food so we can build on our farmland instead of farming. That's why we give Ukraine all the money we can. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken too, oh God, what is that bread? There was a bread that in Egypt specifically. I remember it being like Egypt used to get a lot of from Ukraine, and like all that list nearly stopped. So like prices just skyrocketed there. And then if I recall correctly, Ukraine also has like a lot of earth metals and stuff for like important electronics, like lithium for batteries and whatnot and stuff. So yeah, it's just it's not looking like a good time for the world, if I'm being quite honest. So I'm hoping France, right? Because France seems like they're doing their thing, like leadership wise. I'm hoping the European countries all together can come up and like kind of find some way to plug up the hole that that is the United States, because you don't have the United States anymore. I can tell you that much. And who knows? Maybe depending on this rare earth metal deal thing that Ukraine is potentially doing with what the United States is potentially trying to get the Ukrainians to do, maybe that might stave it off for a bit or something. I don't know. But but without anything like significant like that, which even that's still like a bit grimy. It Russia's about to get everything it wanted, and that's gonna spell a bad. That's gonna be bad for like the longevity of humanity's peace. I'm telling you, that's gonna lead to like some much more serious conflicts in a couple of years. It's only gonna take like 5, maybe 7 more years. If everything could capitulated to exactly where it's like probably heading, where Russia gets to keep all the land, Ukraine doesn't get no security guarantees, and then we go back to business as usual. The Russians are just going to just get themselves back to being strong or whatever. Then they're going to take the rest. That's just what they're going to do. That is guarantee you that's what's going to happen. And then after that, then it is what it is at that point. I don't know what to tell you. A cursed region that Ukraine took from Russia is the best farmland in all of Europe. That's cool. That is cool. The cursed region that the Ukrainians took from Russia? War map, Ukraine. Golly, stop it. War map, Ukraine today. Ukraine and maps. Tracking war with Russia. Right? Yeah, because I want to say this is Russia annex, Russia North. I'm just trying to look for like the Ukrainian territory. Eastern Ukraine has been contested territory. Trump has said unlikely Ukraine return. So just the Ukrainian hill territory in Ukraine could be swapped for territory seized in Russia's western Kursk region in recent months as part of the peace deal. Yeah, so this is okay. Yeah, so right here. So this is the part. This should be the part where Ukraine took over, I think. I want to say this is like really close. It's like over here. It's like some of these over here. It's like what the Ukrainians was able to take. I wish they could show. Yeah, right here. Here we go. Yeah, so over here. This is where the Ukrainians had took over. And then this is all of the land that that the Russians take about. And see, this is what's so crazy about it, right? So like, because this was Ukrainian territory, and then I think like what they invaded, like what was it, like 2012, 2014, somewhere around there, like 2012, 2014, and then like the whole Blitz stuff happened. So then they started taking massive amounts of like land. I remember when the Russians were funneling troops through was it Belarus? I think it's Belarus is the country up here into Kyiv, which was like also crazy. But then Kyiv was able to push all of that back, and now they just have just this section that they are just kind of fighting for. But they were also able to then like have this small incursion over here on this side, which I thought was like pretty cool. And I think one of the reasons too why they probably did this over here also was to also prevent like Belarus from also potentially being close enough to like trying to provide some support, because without sending troops, I think Belarus probably could have just like sending missiles or maybe aircraft over into Russian territory if it was close enough, without actually saying that they're getting directly involved. I thought when the North Koreans was getting involved, that was when the shit was. I was like, bro, we might actually literally be looking at like the prefaces, the very beginnings of like of a major conflict unfolding before our eyes. But luckily that didn't happen and didn't like turn into that. If you look at the videos of the frontline battles, all you see is thousands of acres of that flat farmland. Yeah. I know you're talking about. I recall seeing those videos. And that was also too why like it was so hard to make any advancement stuff. That's also like back when the war was starting, remember, I don't know like how much of that was trickling over there to you guys, but they were saying like how Russia, like because Russia was just big, amazing military compared to the Ukraine. Like they would take Kyiv in like a couple of weeks and stuff. And this was like, I think, in the wintertime. And I think like one of the major problems was like the tank columns, right? The tanks that they were rolling up there because of all that flat lands in the wintertime. Like, cause it was like in that weird period where like it was cold, but not really. So it was like ice was melting and whatever. So then like all that flat land was getting all mushy and muddy, and it was stalling a lot of their tanks and stuff. And then they would just be sitting ducks for the Ukrainians and then just bomb the shit out of them. Yeah, like it's all like a lot of flatlands over there, which is like perfect for, like say, farming and whatnot, which is why Ukraine was such a big exporter in foods. And then also too, I think that probably also helps a lot road wise, right, with then like all of the mining and stuff that they did for exporting all their metals and whatnot. So excuse me, they need some land to swap with Russia in order to keep some of their land. Yeah, that's exactly the reason why they did this, right? Because if you think about it, this doesn't really have much significant. This really doesn't have much of anything for them, right? This I felt like, at least in my opinion, was just strictly so because they knew that they weren't going to get any of this back. Right, or they won't gonna get even half of this back. They're probably not gonna get half of this back. So it was like, okay, well, if we can at least take some Russian land, then we can at least then get something back in return, which they'll probably go for like this region versus over here since it's already so close to Crimea. I would probably go for this before I'd go to over here, but and I'm surprised they didn't just like take more land, but like, I'm not a like military expert, so I don't know like how challenging all that was or how challenging it is to like really pull the lockdown land over there like that. The video warns production anomaly causing performance losses on some. Okay. Offers Donald Trump some advice while celebrating. Okay. Can Bitcoin ease your step by 2049? That's a very long time. I don't think we're going to make it that far. We actually will not. If we don't do something about the debt, we're not actually going to make it this far. We will, what is it, 2025? The United States will hit fiscal Armageddon around 2034. I want to say 2034. There'll be some significant bad problems for the United States because of the amount of debt that we're tacking on, because then interest at that point will be the single biggest item of the federal budget than anything else that we're paying money for. And you can't have that, right? Because that leads to all kinds of problems. Russia's long-term goal is to own Ukraine's food production, making us more dependent on Russia for food. If on one hand, on one hand, I'm sure like some of that put kind of had that in play. But the thing is, the one thing I give credit to the Europeans versus like the people in the United States, or at least like large populations of people in the United States, is that like the Europeans are not the kind of people I see to be quick to forget about history. Like you guys are much, the European side is much more educated and in remembering the historical past of the things that you guys have dealt with. And so this thing with like the Russian, if you remember like the Russian gas, right? Because of that was it Nordstrom? Is it the Nordstrom pipeline? Was it called? I might be getting the names mixed up, but that pipeline, right? Of the Russian gas that was going into Germany and into the rest of Europe, right? Then like, when the Russians did the war with Ukraine and they didn't like the Europeans supporting the Ukrainians because they wanted to take Ukraine, right? Then they started squeezing you guys of the gas, which did what, right? Drastically risen up because we was already dealing with inflation, right? So that just made the matters significantly worse, right? In order to put pressure on you guys. Once Europe experienced that, I promise you, I seriously doubt, even once this Ukrainian war is all said and done, I seriously doubt the European Union or all of Europe, this period, is ever going to allow themselves to ever be in a position like that ever again, where like they're, especially with a hostile nation like Russia or China or Iran or North Korea, like they'll never sit there and have themselves in a position where like a significant impact like the Russian gas pipeline could possibly be a thing again, in my mind. That was probably Ukraine or America that blew that pipe up. Probably, but regardless of who did it, right? At the end of the day, what did that show, right? It showed an over-reliance and dependence on Russian gas, right? Which, if you're a hard right nationalist, right, and you're all pro like isolationism and no immigration and being able to like fully support your country from within and whatnot, right, that's still a problem, right? If you're pro all that other stuff, that's still a problem. It's like, so like it's a central problem, or like a basic problem that applies for like any side you take, where you guys are just, we're too reliant on something, right? That was like, especially with a nation that can be as hostile as Russia. Because at the end of the day, when they want something and you're in the way of it, they will apply their pressure in any way they can. So as a matter of fact, didn't they, wasn't there an assassination attempt that they tried to do? Or was that another country in the UK or Britain or wherever, on a journalist? I know we had the one with like Saudi Arabia that did like the poisoning thing with somebody in the US, but I felt like the Russians did something similar to somebody in one of the European countries, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. I still think it was good for us that the pipe is gone. Yes, I agree too, right? Because the thing is that, US President Barack Obama and US President Donald Trump, two completely different people, different groups and everything, ideologies or whatever, and the both of them, both in agreement, both told the European Union that pipeline was probably a bad idea, and Lord and behold, it sure was. All right, let's take okay, cool, we're down at the end here. Let's take a quick look at these last bit of headlines, and then we're gonna wrap it up. So it's technology. Save $230 on a Galaxy Watch offer at $420. That is way too much money. How many people over 100? That's not important because we know it's hardly anybody at all. Direct payments. This is clickbait because it's trying to use the Doge thing, which will never happen. Pope Francis, Andrew Cuomo wants to repair his legacy in New York City. Oh yeah, because I think he's gonna run for governor now. It's gonna be. I'd be really super. Oh, it'd be really weird if it's just between him and the other guy. Trump fires. Okay, yeah, we've got that. Musk says government workers must detail. Yeah, we already read that. Does Zelensky 4% rating? This is false. Yeah, see, false. Did Donald Trump win almost 40% of black votes? I seriously doubt that. And it says false. Okay. Microsoft hosted explicit videos of this startup founder for years. Here's how she got them taken down. Explicit videos? Huh? This is definitely clickbaity, but it has me intrigued. AI recruitment startup funded by 21-year-olds raised $100 million at $2 billion valuation. That is pretty good. Reading is part of my identity. The woman taken on Goodreads owner Amazon. And I'll just skim this real quick. It might be something worth interest. Let me see what we got. Okay, cool. No messages. Okay, cool. Microsoft hosted explicit videos of this startup founder for years. When they say hosted, is it just a technicality? She's like, okay. This is just a technicality of like just like a service provider like Amazon. Microsoft, like for example, has like server platforms, Azure and whatnot, that can power host, websites, databases and whatnot. Is that what? Is that non-consensual images and videos and stuff on the web? Korean team. And its biggest gatekeepers, Microsoft, published on websites like Pornhub. They often hosted a cloud. Yeah, I was right. See, I called it. Cloud infrastructure, right? So she's calling Microsoft, but Microsoft don't give two, could care less about this because that's not really something in their purview per se. But okay, so yeah, it's exactly what I thought. I knew it. Is this an ad? This is an ad. Close. And then let's see what this one is. Nightly global juggernaut, that is Amazon. But for many books lovers, blah, 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 18 years, bibliophiles catalog their readings, leave reviews, star ratings, sold it to Amazon, and is already hugely popular, skyrocketed. A software engineer, blah, blah, blah. After building a demo for a friend, she quickly realized it was more likely to be a competitor, offering readers tracking tools and trends using AI that can help recommend their next book. Okay, so book recommendation software. Okay, cool. And that's that. All right, let's see what we got here because now we're wrapping up. And I am going to go full screen as we begin to. On a second thought, I'm not going to go full screen because I don't feel like, but I am going to get my mouse ready for the transition. I do think the Nordic region will turn away from the EU and form a new union again. There is a lot of talks about it in Sweden right now. We don't need EU up here. We are paying for most of the budget and we receive lesser than we give. Oh yeah, there's I honestly don't know too much, and probably just because like it's not really. I mean, obviously, it's not like the United States is part of the European Union. I'm doing this on my other computer. I need to do this on the computer I actually have showing you guys, right? I'd imagine the European Union has dues, right? Union dues. Let me see. The European Union budget is funded by contributions from member states, custom duties by member states, custom duties, value-added tax, and other sources. How the contributions are calculated. Member states contribute based on their GNI. So this would be like GDP, I imagine. Adjusted balanced revenue and expenditure. It's probably, I bet you it's probably even a better way too than doing it by GDP. Member states collect import duties on behalf of the EU and then pass most of the money onto the EU. That's interesting. Okay. Member states contribute a portion of the VAT they collect. Jesus Christ. And what? And NATO, we just want you to just do 3% of your GDP? Jesus Christ. Boy, you guys got to get. So GNI, which is the GDP thing, but then like custom duties. So you're collecting like basically tariffs on stuff that give almost all of that to the EU. Then you have a VAT that you're promising to give a portion of that to the EU. Member states contribute based on how much non-recycled plastic packaging waste they generate. Oh, okay. I mean, hey, like, you know, it's pretty progressive. I mean, hey, if that's how y'all do it. I mean, and this could be why, like, some of the European nations have so much better quality air, better quality streets, and stuff like that. You know, you read this in your face value, you think it's crazy, but then you look at like the actual things that these European countries have. That's why some of these countries have better education rates as far as education performance than the United States, right? Or better living standards in some of these places than the United States, better healthcare than the United States. You know, I mean, it is what it is. Let's see. We used to have the Kalmar Union. We all have our own currencies, except Finland, who has euro. If we had one currency up here, we would have a lot more power and influence. Yeah, centralization is always, you know, the big ask in order to get anything done and to get anything like pushed through. But okay, I had no idea like the EU was like a lot, which like at face value it sounds crazy, but then I look at, you know, all of the nice things you guys have, and I'm like, oh, well, I mean, I guess it makes sense because you guys probably are so much more responsible with your spending and whatnot than the US, because the US is just mostly just capitalism. We let people die over here in the United States if you can't afford medication. It doesn't matter if in that building just across the street there's a medication that would literally save your life and keep you from dying and passing away. If you can't afford it, we will let you die. It is what it is, you know. I'm just sorry, you know. That's just how it is. Or you know, out of the kindness of our hearts, we do save you, right? But then we tack on like a huge bill. Oh, this is what we used to do. But then we had a leftist, what you call it, leftist, right? We had a Democratic president that actually pushed to pass a law to stop this from happening. But we used to have this thing where like, okay, you can't afford it. We save your life anyway out of the kindness of our hearts, but then we give you the hospital bill that you can't afford and you can't pay for. And if you can't pay for it, then we put it in a collection. So we ruin your credit history. I don't know how you guys do credit over there, but you know, we ruin your credit history and we make it from that point forward for the rest of your life, or at least for like 7 to 10 years. I think it's like 10 years, especially if it makes you go into bankruptcy. But at minimum 7 years, right? Where like, you have shitty credit, so now you can't finance a house, you can't finance a car. Jobs that do credit checks probably won't hire you. If you've probably tried to get in the government and needed like a security clearance and stuff, or need to be seen as reliable, they're probably not going to hire you because you got like bad credit, which means that you might have fiscal problems, even though really it was just because you couldn't afford a high hospital bill where like you spent 10 minutes in the ambulance to get to a hospital, and the ambulance alone charged you like $15,000 for a 10-minute ride. I mean, hey, it is what it is. This is how it is in the United States, right? We allow your lives to be ruined at what could arguably be some of the most basic necessities of just being a human being to live. But hey, you take some things, right? But with that being said, it's now time for us to go. It's 5 a.m. I never meant to stay up quite this late. The only reason why I was up this late is just because we had serious tech problems 2-3 years ago, or 2-3 for like 2 or 3 hours. It's all the tech problems I've been having. I always feel like I've been dealing with it for a year, right? We don't have a credit history, but you don't need to have credit cards to get a loan. They look at your income versus the cost of the home you want to buy and how much you put in a down payment. Yeah, that sounds like a very reasonable thing, right? Instead of just looking at like some arbitrary credit history that like has like an algorithm that's not even like publicly available per se, on like how it's like truly determined, right? We just look at how capable are you and how likely are you to be able to pay this money that you're about to borrow from us, right? That's it. That sounds good to me, right? But we don't do that over here, because I said we want to do everything we can to make life much more harder for you over here. Okay, so just remember, if you don't work, you don't eat, and that's why we're doing everything we can to make AI as advanced as it can. So that way, when you can't find your job, we'll still have that idea of you don't work, you don't eat. AI will be doing your job, and then we just let you perish on the side of the road. That's how it is, because we don't believe in handouts and basic income or basic humanitarian stuff, right? So, but yeah, that's it for me. We are now going to start rolling out. I appreciate you for tagging along for what she's doing. Like I said, I hope that we are now pretty stable for most things. Our video is still freezing every so often. I do catch it when I'm looking at my other screen over here, but that's just going to be what it is until I get a chance to buy my 5090, right? I'm hoping NVIDIA, I signed up for the thing. I'm hoping NVIDIA blesses your boy and being able to get a chance to buy that 5090. Because at first I didn't want it, but then I was like, tariffs and then state of the affairs of the world. Those cards might be the last great thing we get a chance to have at reasonable prices until like things get way out of control. So I'm probably going to go ahead and just buy those. I probably should, right? So, see, even now I see the video froze for a second, but we're going to go ahead and peace out. Appreciate you for hanging with us. Definitely appreciate all of the stuff you've been showing me, especially the Swedish stuff. That Swedish stuff is like really cool. I'm glad to have learned that. It's always cool to learn that. 380 works fine for me right now, but I don't stream, so I don't know. So what I'm doing is it's because I just do so much extra stuff. Like, even I know you even see like this this over here, like, because this is AI. This is an AI thing I have running to do like translations for people that only speak Spanish. Just cause I don't know why I did it, but it just seemed cool to me. But that I have this, right, which definitely is working the GPU. This is working the GPU. I have a 3070, by the way. Okay. But this is working the GPU. Because of the model, right? I have a size model in here. My stream is also doing 2 separate streams. So this stream you're looking at is only one main stream. But I have a second stream that's actually vertical. So I have this regular horizontal video, and then I have a vertical version that's going to YouTube, because I also stream to YouTube, because it makes it easy for me to make clips and stuff like that for vertical content when I want to do shorts. At least that's the plan, right? I'm still working my way into getting the proper flow to really start pumping those out, but I have the foundation down for it. Okay. I used to have my computer do stream to Twitch, Kick, and Facebook, and then the two streams additional to that to YouTube to do the horizontal and vertical. I built a server, which I'll do a quick look since you got a little bit of tech on you. So I just recently, like, I spent the last 2-3 months. I used to stream every day, and then I haven't streamed for like 2-3 months, and that's why I'm just getting back and having all these tech issues because things obviously changed. But I spent the last 2 months, first off, work related stuff, but also I was just building a bunch of things, and I just recently built this server here. It's the very first thing I built too, right? So like the very first, instead of building a regular computer, I just went ahead and started off with a server, which took me by itself a month and a half to even get right, because it was just stuff I had to keep buying more parts for, because I didn't have like the right cord length and whatnot. It was terrible, but we finally got it working. It has a cheap little Intel Xeon, so it has all these CPUs and all these threads, all these CPUs, like 26 CPU cores, and then an additional thread for each one, right? I also have, it's a little bit, I had to design a little differently to make it easier, but it also has 3 3060s in it. And what I do is that now, which is a lot less strain on my computer, I only have to do 2 streams. But I send both of those to this server here using Restreamer, and then within Restreamer, right? Can I do here, right? Within Restreamer, not now. I think I fat fingered a button. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fat fingered. Try that one more time. Oops. Go here, and no, actually I don't. No, that's not the one. Sorry. So hard to keep track of all these passwords. There we go. All right. So then I used Restreamer. I used the server to take those to take my stream into the server, and then the server will do all the work to then distribute it to all the other platforms, right? So YouTube, because YouTube's the one that supports the highest quality stream. I do one directly to YouTube for the horizontal and the vertical one, which is like over here, down here. And then I take this horizontal one and then I re-encode it into the lower quality, into the quality that's compatible, because Quick and Twitch don't support the as high a quality as YouTube does. Then I re-encode it to then be able to then push it off to Kick and Twitch. So I'm a tech enthusiast, right? So I do this more so just to push myself into having a reason to like learn all of the tech stuff than anything else. But it's also fun to just like do stuff like this, because you get to meet people from other places and learn so much when you do stuff like this. But yeah, I had to nerd out for like a couple of minutes, because it's just always just fun to just talk about all this stuff I have. And it also has like 12 server has 12 hard drives in it and 4 SSDs in it that I use for specific things. So it's a nice little thing. But I'm working on an AMD Epic build, so this is that. Is there a monthly cost for the server site? Oh, for this, no, because this is all hosted internally. So so no, right? Like you can, and the thing is that you don't even need to do like what I did, which is make a server. It's just because I do all these other things that you can kind of see over here. Can I move this over? Yeah, cool. Because like I do all this stuff. But like if you have a good enough computer, which you don't necessarily need much, but if you have a good enough computer, like good enough spare computer, you could just run Docker and then run the Restreamer application. Restreamer is open source, free, right? There's no monthly cost or anything associated with it, and you'll be able to you'll be able to do all that I just said, at home for free, no cost. I used to use a paid service. I stopped using that paid service because I was like, well, why spend money when you could just go through the blood, sweat, and tears to build it for free? So that was that. You have fiber internet, right? I do. I have Google, the company's Google Fiber, but yeah, I do have fiber internet. So like 1 gig, like 1 gig speeds up and down. This I want to say, because if I look at my things here, so what this is showing, this is showing you like the speeds that's from your server, from like this to like those platforms and stuff. You actually don't need that fast of an internet, especially if you're doing what I'm doing, because remember, this is streaming to the server, right? So like even if you don't have like 1 gig internet speeds, right? Your connection from your computer to your other computer or whatever is running Restreamer, right? That's going to be like, that's going to be like a perfect 1 gig basically, right? So you don't even have to worry about that. But like as far as like the internet speeds go, because the platforms don't even support that high of a bit rate to begin with anyway. Like see, like this right here, which is you can consider that like the highest quality stream, which is this YouTube one. This one's only at like about 25,000 kilobits per second, right? And 1,000 kilobits make one megabit. So in reality, let me just see if I have anything that goes higher. Yeah, right here, right? Because it's like 2 platforms here, so 35,000. So like if I was to look at what is it? Kilobits to kilobits to megabits per second, kilobits to megabits per second, right? Because the platforms, right, like for example, like Twitch, only like it says 7,000, but technically their thing allows I think up to 9, right? But we'll just do 7,000 just for the sake of it, right? So Twitch only only lets you use like 7,000 kilobits per second. So you're talking about almost 7 megabits per second, right? And then like your cheapest internet plan gets you like what 150 200 megabits per second. So like you don't need like crazy fast fiber internet. That just only matters if you got other people trying to use the internet at the same time you're doing it. And then of course like then it depends too like if how your internet infrastructure is, because like if you have a 200 megabit per second internet like package, right, but you're in a building, right, that shares that same pipeline with everybody else. So like think of an apartment that has like like you got like 10 basically like 10 apartments or 10 family homes in an apartment, right? They all share the same pipeline. Then that can be a bit problematic, because then like when they're all using the internet, you're all sharing that same pipeline. So even though you're paying 200 megabits per second, you might not be getting anywhere near half of those speeds because you're sharing it with everybody else. So every house has fiber, but I only pay for around 100. Yeah, 100. That's perfectly fine. That would be perfect, right? You probably couldn't like stream and like play like a 4K video at the same time. Depending on like how your home infrastructure is. And again, right, if it's a house, it's an apartment, do you have other people in your house that's using the internet at the same time, things like that. But the 100 speed is perfect, right? It would be perfect for this. It'd be perfect for this. Like you'd be able to blow through this. Your biggest limitation is just going to be your hardware. It's just your hardware, right? Which you either need like a really good beefy CPU, or you're going to need multiple GPU, or you need like a really good GPU, or maybe multiple GPUs. If you do it the smart way, like I did it, and you know how to like tweak some things, you can get away with 1 GPU. Because I want to say most of all of this that I'm doing on the server is on 1 GPU. There's 1 GPU that's taking both of those streams to pass it through to YouTube, and it does 1 encoding conversion to convert 1 stream into a format that I can then push to the other 2 platforms, right? So it's a very efficient way to do it. That's how I'm able to get away with it with only using one GPU. Only 1 GPU is putting in the work to do this stuff. Here in Sweden, they dug fiber to all streets in the country, and you had to pay 2,000 USD to get the cable from the street to the house. Okay, that's that sounds like you have an actual house and not an apartment, so that's also really cool. And that's really good too that they made sure that it sounds like they had like some kind of initiative to try and really make sure that all of Sweden had access to fiber internet. Because and again, right, like I said, how you spend your money matters, right? So United States, $6.5 trillion, right, that spend every year, right? $6.5 trillion, and we still have places in the United States that does not have access to fiber, or even like even broadband internet speeds. So that's really cool. See, this is why I say, like, the European nations got all of the good stuff, man, because they know how to actually spend their money properly. But yeah, so that's that. So with that being said, we are now wrapping it up because my brain is starting to hurt because it's almost 6 in the morning, getting close to 6 in the morning. But let's see. But we only have like 10 million population. That's why we can we can do it. Yeah, and you guys also like to put money towards things that actually matter, that has a lot of like economic, especially economic benefits. You guys having fiber internet to as much of your population as possible would obviously help and spawn creativity, growth, and access to more things that would translate into more economic benefits for the country as a whole, I'm sure. So that's really cool. So I like it. But that's enough of the extra, right? Thank you for letting me nerd out for a couple of minutes, because it's always fun to nerd out a bit. But you take care. Great talking to you. Hope to catch you around next time. Last thing I'm gonna just talk about, just schedule wise, still a bit inconsistent, so don't hold me to this, because I'm probably not even gonna stream Sunday, just because I'm just like really busy. But Monday through Thursday, when I do stream, or when I'm trying to do, is that when I'm streaming, it's all certification related, because after work I study for a certification exam that I'm trying to work towards, so I can get a cert in a Microsoft Azure product. So I'm either doing that, or I'm doing actual programming technical work that you might see me doing the streaming. It's only my my Fridays and Saturday streams that are actually like somewhat interesting, because like we'll just actually go over world events and whatnot. Again, this is what I'm trying to do, right? Very inconsistent. I've been plagued with hardware issues. That's why I had the last 2-3 months building this server. That would also help it. And the only thing I just need now left is just a 5090, and then I'll be golden. Won't have to worry about it going forward. But yeah. So as long as no issues come up, this is how we'll be more or less consistent. But yeah, I appreciate you. And now we are going to go ahead and we're going to head out. Oh, I almost forgot one more thing too. You know what? I'm gonna actually save that for the next time I stream, because actually, now that I think about it, it's not ready yet. Yeah, no, I'm not ready to talk about it yet. But yeah, nope. Appreciate you guys, and I'll see you all next time. So you guys take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.
you.